Guys, it's Guiltspire here, and welcome back to Dead by Daylight. How y'all doing today on this terrific Tuesday afternoon? Hopefully y'all are doing well. And it's not just Tuesday, but it is MMR Tuesday. So very excited about that and very curious to see what MMR has in store for us. With that being said, we are going to be jumping right up. Wait, today's Wednesday? See, I got confused. You're right, it is Wednesday. You are right. It feels like Tuesday because I felt like MMR was going to come out on Tuesday, but it didn't come out on Tuesday, it came out on Wednesday. So no, you're 100% correct. Wednesday, wonderful Wednesday, not Tuesday. Well, pretend it's Tuesday. Because that's what I thought MMR was going to come out, then it didn't, so here we are. But with that being said, wonderful Wednesday. Miraculous MMR Monday? Now that would be impressive. Also, so next week we get a new tome chapter. It's Thursday for you. That is true, Slashy. That is too true. But with that being said, we're gonna be playing some more Pinhead. We're actually only 47 levels away from P3 Pinhead, and I think we're going to have our goal for today be to just simply P3 Pinhead. That's going to be roughly 1.5 million blood points, give or take. So that's going to be our goal today. So hopefully you guys are excited about that. I'll be doing another Pinhead day. It'll be Pinhead Wednesday. We're going to be doing this during MMR as well. So should definitely be interesting to say the least. True, this specifically with the skin is Chatter. They're all Cenobites, but, you know, most people are just calling the killer Pinhead. Also, turns out Noah gave her family. He was born with it. Excuse me, what? How exactly was baby born with COVID? Were they exposed to COVID when at the hospital at their, you know, when they're born, or what? Thank you much for the lurk, Shelby. I appreciate it. It's extremely complicated, I even know myself. Fair enough. As long as Noah's not being heavily affected by COVID, that's what matters in my opinion. Because Noah being a baby, a little bit harder on the child. That is what I would care about most of all here. So, talking about MMR/SBMM. We are 5 days away from our rank being reset back to 20. I have decided that I'm going to create a second account for the resets, and we're going to be doing the Hardcore Killer Challenge on a fresh account. No progress, no teachables, no nothing. We're going to go full on in on a Hardcore Killer challenge when MMR reset comes to pass. And we're going to see what that looks like. I was about to say, better be Wednesday. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. It is Wednesday, simple. It is Wednesday. Rank 20 Alex versus Gil. We about to see. I mean, it is possible to pay on MMR. I'm now also curious what these frickin' queues look like tonight. Cross progression isn't out for PS4. I hate it. You say this like I'm any good. I think Alex is pretty good. Alex knows what they're doing. When I play Survivor with Alex, I trust Alex's abilities. But yeah, so we're gonna do queues are a little bit longer. It seems like it, not by too much, not insta queues, but they're not like horrible, right? So I've already had multiple people message me about not thinking that SBMM is accurate. I want to make this clear. SBMM is a data-driven system, and there are multiple different ways to look at this. Behavior could have A, have used SBMM data from the last, let's say, 3 months to however long they've been collecting SBMM data. Which, if that's the case, then they already put the top 5% in the top 5%, the bottom 5% in the bottom 5%, and everyone else in between. However, there's also an alternative where they could have theoretically have started everyone at 0 with no foundation. They just said, here's SBMM, you're all starting at 0. As you win matches, you go up. As you lose matches, you go down. That is traditionally how SBMM is applied. This could be seen in Overwatch and Magic the Gathering and other competitive and non-competitive multiplayer games. So it is very possible that behavior said, all right, you all are new players. So it's going to take time. Yo, what's up, Arctic? And what's up, Marcus? How you doing? So with that being said, do not be too dismayed if SBMM seems a bit... Wait, how did I put steamed? I meant to hug Arctic. Not that I will want to hug you, steamed, but I meant to hug Arctic. There we go. Much better. With that being said, hi. No, it didn't count either one of ours. I think this guy's a global cooldown. Let me try again. There we go. But yeah, so with that being said, don't look at MMR right now as what it's going to continue to be. This is just the beginning of potentially a longer road, right? So give it time. I think after a week to a month, SBMM will be a little bit more balanced. But it will take some time for data to be driven via matches and whatever their system is. But we are starting off on Wretched Shop. Not a bad map, in my opinion. And let's see how these survivors fare against the Pinhead. We're a 1-perk Tier 1 Scourge Hook Pinhead. So it's going to be interesting as it's our only form of real gen slowdown to speak of, as we try and get Pinhead back up to level 50 for the P3. Or rather, the Cenobite, aka Pinhead, aka Chatter, depending on what skin you're using. Extremely frustrating at times, though. Oh, I can understand that. I can understand that, it can be frustrating to play against. There's no doubt in my mind that that is the case. A lot of survivors don't know how to react with Pinhead when he's in change because his camera actually shifts position based on where you're aiming your chain at. It's actually a really interesting thing. Yeah, we just have to break this up. Like, this Jane's not running poorly either. She had a good dead hard. His lunge is still so broken! Ah! I hate it. I also think that they didn't just break Pinhead's lunge. I think that they broke everyone's lunge. I was running scrims today with sample text, and I was swinging as Freddy, and the same thing was happening. So I don't know if anyone else has been playing a lot of Killer, but I think that they just straight up broke lunge. Like, Killer hit detection on lunge. No, I did not play Freddy of Dream Palettes. Hell to no on that noise. Why are you on a chest? That has to be bounce landing, right? That had to have been bounce landing. Wraiths have been hitting for me halfway across the map without coup de grace. I mean, that's Wraith, but like normal lunge, I definitely feel like is currently busted. I feel like Wraith is straight up busted right now. Angry guilt noises? Yes, you hear those when the game is not working properly, and you also hear those when people heal me out of my 99% resilience. That's kind of the two times where you hear angry guilt noises. Can you explain Torture Pillar? The add-on? The Torture Pillar, the add-on, is simply decrease the chain hunt timer by 10 seconds from 60 seconds to 50 seconds. That is the add-on. That is the gist of that. Chain hunt has activated. Torture Pillar, probably one of the better add-ons for Pinhead, in my opinion. Alright, looks like Chain Hunt is active. Does it stack? Yes, it does stack with the other ones that do reduce the timer. There's no way that we interrupt that, so we're just gonna call it a day and hook Quentin Boy. Spirit Lunge has always felt weird because she's has a 10-foot katana, can reach a standard lunge with no clear lines with a killer POV. Yeah, but it's not killer POV that I'm really talking about here. It is just straight up the lunges on killers are broken currently. Like, straight up broken. Oh, that rock was in the way. GG's. Alright, there we go in there, Jane. Out of the pinheads I went against, Chain Hunt happened like once. Which, I think if that's happening, that's where Pinhead really feels bad. Pinhead feels great when Chain Hunt is actually working, or they're using their chain appropriately around tight loops like this. Like, tight loops like this are not something that you actually want to play around with Pinhead. Like, this is where you really suffer as a survivor. And then getting caught on geometry, GG's. I do still hate that chains break on environment, and that when a chain breaks by environment, that it does not reset your break timer. Like, I still think that is one of the worst things about Pinhead, is the fact that you can theoretically 2-for-1 break a chain. It is so bad. It really is. Me maining Pyramid for a reason if I lunge. So, for all of you who are P-head fans, or when you say P-H, talking about Pinhead or talking about Pyramid Head? Because Pyramid Head's right now busted. Like, straight up busted, actually. Pyramid Head is currently bugged. Their M2 is just hot garbage as we speak. Head of Triangle. Yeah, for those who have tried out Pyramid Head, actually, who here has tried out Pyramid Head? Have you guys noticed what I'm talking about? Where the P2 is right now busted? Okay, we got PP Head and then P Head. No? Not yet? Okay. Yeah, so basically the long and short of it is that when you're going to utilize Pyramid Head's M2, there's normally a delay before the knife hits the ground, right? Normally that's about 50% give or take off of, out of the bar, out of the charge time, quote unquote, for your M2. However, it is now about 75% and throws off your timing dramatically. That, and you also, for those who are more advanced at Pyramid Head, you can no longer M2 strafe while charging up either. So now you basement booba? Basement booba instead of Pyramid Head? Gotcha. Alright, let my configuration has spawned. We're definitely getting a lot better with the chains and getting those hits immediately after an M1 into an M2, so that's good stuff. Wait, did she? She went for a reverse pallet stun. GG's. GF and G's. I'm actually gonna cancel that gateway and just go for the M1 down. Good dead hard. I feel like if my lunge was working, that I would have gotten the hit. And yeah, that's the right move, honestly, in that situation, around those tight loops. Just leave it. There's no reason for me not to do this right now. Yes, reverse pallet stuns are gone. They are no longer something that you can do. But people still will reverse throw pallets, which can be good in certain instances. Was that adrenaline on Jane? It was not. The thing is, if I go for Jane and not Jill in this instance, I get 0 altruism. Alright, she still gets the shack, but she doesn't have a pallet to work with. Now, am I considered in chase, though, is a real question. I don't know if I am, is the problem. I am, because I just got bloodlust. Okay. Did that too long? Hard to control? It's not hard to control, but you want to treat it like a nurse's M2, where you basically want it to be on top of them and not behind or in front of them. So you want to have it be like right on them, so you go from an M1 into an M2. It is difficult to master, I think. And the main thing is if you're trying to curve it, it's not really beneficial. Curving can result into some awkward situations if you get a miss. Because they just gain so much distance like we saw earlier. Honestly, Jill, we're gonna sit here. We are 110% gonna sit here. I have no reason to leave you in this moment. There's Quentin boy. There's Jill, there's Jane. So we injure her. There's Jane now. Quentin's going around here. So now we go for Quentin. I mean, that's great and all, but not a great move. We might be able to capitalize off of this as well, depending on our spawn. You have Dead Hard. You do not. So now we have a 2-for-1 because they felt the need to use the box. Go figure. Now we can go back to Quentin, who's getting picked up, and then hook him as well. There's Quentin boy. He's going where? He's going to Shack? That's fine. They get the unhook. Now we go for Quentin. He's going to the far side? Like, he's just holding W right now. Yeah, he's in a dead zone. And he's now put himself so far away from where he needs to be. So I think we just get another hook here and call it a day. And it's going to end up being a 1K, no doubt about that in my mind. If they give me too much pressure here, it's going to end up as a 2K though, if they're not careful. Since we see Jane over there, we see Jill as well. Exit gate is open. We don't know where the other Jill is, however. So there's Jill. We go in a little bit. There's Jane. There's Jill. So how do we get around this? Can we get around 3 body blocks? The answer is no. Point blank statement. The answer is no. We cannot get around 3 body blocks. We can get around 2 of them, maybe, but 3 is a big old no there. So they did a good job there. They played me. But GG, well played to the survivors. All right. Not bad at all. So I'm curious. I still wish that behavior would, whatchamacallit. Chatter has some stiff arms? Yes, they do. And Frosty, even think for the miner to stretch, I'll do so now. There we go. Yeah, he has some stiff arms, and his walk speed is, like, his walk animation is slower than his movement speed. It's so strange. It is such an odd visual. If you see it from a survivor's perspective, I'll be honest. I watched someone's VOD last night. I was like, what the hell is wrong with this animation? It was a thing. It was a thing. We're gonna run Eruption. Actually not bad at all. And let's use used. Decreases someone's pain cooldown after possessing a chain. Casting range. Turn radius. Yeah, all those are hot garbage. All of those are hot garbage. Add nothing to spend them on, so why not a stretch and hydrate? Hey, exactly, Frost Demon, exactly. Yo, what's up, Gabriel? I can never spend any points ever again because Giraffe has 50,000 more than me. I gotta catch up. Wait, how much are you and Giraffe at now, Alex? I'm curious. I think, what, Giraffe's probably in the hundreds of thousands, I'd imagine. Something absurd like that. Uh, 102,000, or 102,000 for you, and 150,000. Jesus. Yeah, you guys could choose my perks for a long while. We'll put it that way. Yes. You know, there are those that are collectors of points, and there are those that use points as soon as they get them. In about a week or two, I'm going to watch you on my other accounts, so the lag will stop. My name will be Depression or Frostel. All right, sounds good, Frosty. I appreciate the heads up. It's enough for one Pyramid Head game? Yeah, one Pyramid Head game plus some, 100%. 100%. Now we have nothing good. When you survive with a post-just chain, only one additional chain will spawn. So only 2 chains spawn? Interesting. You miss Pyramid Head? Well, we'll play some more Pyramid Head run. I was reading and talking at the same time. We'll play some more Pyramid Head at some point. If I can make one fictional character real, it'd be him. Once again, I'm fairly certain. Dead Dog is not re-enabled, right? It was just Blood Lodge in the game. Dead Dog has not yet been re-enabled. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I keep on seeing use the Dusty Noose. Shouldn't be enabled? Okay, that's what I thought. It should only be RPD and Dead Dog currently disabled at this moment in time. If I got 1K to spend on nothing until you put in the options back? Yes, we'll do that once we get Pinhead to tier 3. Can I spend points to make it cold? RC, Raccoon City Police Department, RPD. Yeah, RPD is also disabled. RPD and Dead Dog should be the only 2. The game and Blood Lodge were re-enabled as of yesterday. Alright though. Let's see what this match looks like. I'm wondering if this is going to be like the PTB where we lose one match, then we win one match very handily. You'll have to re-equip all my charms and cosmetics. Why is that, Amy? Did your account reset all of your characters? Yeah, today I'm only going to be playing Pinhead. I want to get Pinhead to P3, and then we'll go back to Wheel of Killer and all that fun stuff. Also, Hatch spawns at Killer Shack. I just felt that little bump. Hi, Steve boy. He's gonna have to slow vault that if he vaults it. Yeah, like when they have to break all the chains one by one, his ability is actually pretty good. No, I think you don't do that, Cheryl, and now you die. I had someone yesterday complained that I tunneled them. Like, you picked up the lament configuration 3 times, my man. I can't really say much here. Like, I want my lament configuration. Give me my box. Nice job. Lunge is broken. GG's. That is such pain. Whenever I lunge and it just doesn't work, it's just so painful. It really is. Yeah, I should probably just pressure from the other side. I'm gonna break the frickin' chain if I did that, wouldn't I? This chase is going on for way too long. It's only because between the lunge not hitting, that's painful. Like, I'm now afraid to lunge at times, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna get the hit. Hi. I'd really like it if you were to die there, Cheryl. It would be rather beneficial. I shouldn't have done that. Once she broke line of sight, I should not have opened up a gateway. That was my mistake, honestly. Do you have Dead Hard? If you have Dead Hard, that'll be atrocious, but you don't. Alright, let's pick you up, put you onto a Scourge Hook. Hi. Was that an attempt at a flashbang? Like, what are we doing here, Leon boy? Why do you desire my attention? Let's get it on you. I'm gonna cancel that because I don't have line of sight. Good Dead Hard. I don't know how he missed that, to be honest. It was right on top of him. There we go. He'll have to drop pallet. Oh, he should have just dropped the pallet, called it a day, honestly. That's what he should have done in that moment. Look around for lament configuration. Gonna leave him slugged. Try and position ourselves into a place where he can find Steve. Oh, Steve boy. You should have chains spawning on him as we speak. I'm not gonna pick up until I find him. No reason not to. Scratch marks over here. Who this? Who this? That's Cheryl. Okay, insta drop pallet. Good stuff. Leon's back up. Where's Steve? I want to find him. First off and foremost. It's a possibility that maybe I should have just gone for it. There's Mia. Where is Steve? Is he just hiding out at this point? That's what it feels like. Where is he? Like, I haven't seen his chains activate at all. Nothing. They have Dead Hard. There he is. That gave me all the information I need. It did not even skill checks. Chains aren't even skill checks. Chains are literally just hold M1 to break, or break via an environment. That is chains in a nutshell. Interrupted him. Yeah, I probably should have been hooking around this time, to be honest, instead of doing that. He has sprint burst too. Lovely. Let's slow him down a bit. How? Okay, I have questions. He had 2 chains on him, but they broke at the same time, and it wasn't by environmental effects either. I don't understand this at all. It makes 0 sense to me. They need to buff chains. It is kind of boring. It's also like the lament configuration. All it is the occasional skill check. It's nothing like too significant. Alright, so I think they're going to go for Lament. See 2 people over here. Yeah, Nia's definitely going for Lament. That was her course of actions. Let's keep that in mind. Might as well use him as an M1 killer. Well, that's the biggest thing. He kind of is. Let's interrupt him. And go for lament configuration. It just, they need to make the chains better. Chain hunt and their normal chains. Because there's so little value that you get for how high risk using them is. He is a 115. Thank God, if he was a 110, that would have been a freaking nightmare. You have no idea. It would have been god-awful if he was a 110. But like the fact that environmental chains, when they don't hit, it's just really bad. Let's grab that. No, possessed chains cannot injure. That's only if you use an add-on. That's an eerie add-on at that. If it was base kit for injures, that'd be fantastic. That would be fantastic. Shell's going over here for some reason. I feel like she's going for Lament. Let's see if that is the case. Also, Pinhead should not be able to break his own chains. Like, that just shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, Hammy. That's exactly what I was saying. The knife is just so busted right now. It's bad. It's really bad. Like, you have to relearn the entire timing if you're going to use them. Why are you going over here, Steve? There's nothing over here. There's no reason for you to be here whatsoever. Yeah, I missed my chain. Rough. Let's get Eruption going. Okay, Leon, who has the box, is injured. We're gonna slug out Steve, go for Leon. Yeah, I don't like that Nia. I really don't like that survivors can break chains, that environment can break chains, that I can break chains. It's all just so bad. They need to really, really change that, I think. You're level 69 on the Rift. Very nice. And let's put you on hook. I mean, we're on 2 gens right now. We're in a rough position, honestly. Let's break. There's also a strange cooldown delay that you can't do many actions once you get out of your chain. Let's put you on a Scourge Hook. Try and slow down the game just a little. Yeah, Chatter has, he has dirty hands. He's not all that much into hygienics, apparently, or hygiene. No, no one has. So he does. All the Cenobites do, but unfortunately, the VO file is currently corrupted. So they are trying to re-enable it, but it's going to take some time. I know that's BT. Okay, well that's been more than 12 seconds now, so I don't care. Where's Steve? Pretty sure I heard Steve over here. Was that Leon? That's Leon. Where's Steve then? Ugh. The lunge is so bad. The lunge is so bad. So Steve, from what I've seen before, kept on going out into a corner and then using it. It's not bad. Sprint burst. We can slow him down with the chains. That's 1, 2, 3. Environmental chain actually got a hit for a change. Thank God for that noise. 2, 3, and environmental chain missed on that. What'd I just miss? Is he in the locker? He has to be in the locker, right? Okay, thank God he is. I was about to say, like, there's no way that he's not. Yeah, away from gens is not a bad idea. Like, if I get the Lament Configuration and Chain Hunt activates, that's where I can really snowball pressure. It's rough to play against, for sure. Right now, I don't have much gen slid on it either, which is really rough for me. I need to actually hit this with Eruption, I think. If I don't hit it with Eruption and don't press this, we're in trouble. That's honestly a bad usage of the chain. I shouldn't even attempt that. There's no reason to attempt that. I had alternative options. Yep, they got the gen. Good stuff. So Eruption's now dead. Now you play off of Altruism again. Chain Hunt is going to begin soon and start harassing them, but the chains don't stop you from working on the exit gate, which kind of sucks, to be honest. I feel like it should. That would only be the case with the hindered, not incapacitated effect. Steve has Chain Hunt now, or the Lament Configuration now. The chains have built-in Blood Warden? I don't think they do. If they do, I'm not aware of that. I know that they have a limited distance that they can go or stretch, but I don't think they have built-in Blood Warden. I could be mistaken in that, though. Oh, if they hit you, can't leave. Interesting. Now, here's the question. If they hit you and you're prepped to leave, what happens if you, for example, get down? So let's say right at the exit, and you get down, do you just get pushed out, or not? There's Nia again. Just gonna slug her out. Still can't leave? Ooh, so it's like Victor. So it's basically like Victor in that sense. Interesting. Ooh, Decisive Strike. I mean, I took that risk, so that's on me. And we missed that. If we hit that, then maybe we could have. Without it, we're kind of SOL. Though they are running towards me now. Don't see Leon. So Leon's probably on the other exit gate, so that's going to be that. It'll be a 1k. Not the end of the world. Or not even 1k. That'll be a 0k here. That will be a 0k. We're maxed out on Deviousness at the very least, so got some good blood points. Yeah, Leon's probably already at this exit gate. Yep, he opened up the one that he started. That makes sense. You know what, though? Since you guys just gave me that information, I wonder... Okay, no. So he has to still be chained when I hit him, right? Like, it's not as if there is a specific period of time where he can't leave. He has to be chained. Noted. But GG, well played to these survivors. That makes sense. So yeah, I should have probably see if he would have BM'd with me standing at the gate and then chain him and then do that. Alright, into the blood we go. I need my third and fourth perk. That would be ideal. Self-care? I mean, self-care can be a good perk in some circumstances, but not all, that's for sure. Alright, any good add-ons? No. Actually, yeah, Burning Candle. Burning Candle is actually pretty good. It's 5 seconds. Oh, it carries? Yes. Self-care does carry. But use a Burning Candle to help out. That will reduce our Chain Hunt timer by 5 seconds. It's not nothing, so... Well, the biggest thing is that if you break down the time breakdown, right? The benefit of self-care is the fact that it takes 24 seconds with only one person to get a full health state, versus theoretically 16 seconds with 2 people. Which means that, theoretically speaking, it's an 8-second gain from having 2 people off of gens than 1 person off a gen for 24 seconds. So, theoretically speaking, good. However, A lot of people use self-care, don't use it appropriately. In addition to that, if I had a choice between using a med kit and using self-care, I'd rather use a med kit, because it's 16 seconds one person with no downside. So, and hence why you'll see me pretty much 9 times out of 10 with a med kit in hand. Because it's always going to be better than self-care, but if you have self-care and a med kit, at least then you also get a 50% efficiency on the med kit. As long as you're self-carrying with it, that is. I mean, also one of my staple builds at this point is like body knowledge, resilience, and self-care, which isn't bad because it means the heal time is actually at 72% in comparison to 100%, which is not bad. My friends refuse to let me self-care and hop off a gen to let it regress and ruin. Oh yeah, no, if there's ruin up, that's like an amazing example where self-care is actually good, because it means that ruin's not regressing and you still get a heal. It means that you get an 8-second gain, and the gen is not regressing. Even better yet, if you have self-care and prove thyself, and you self-care next to them with giving them prove thyself, you're actually benefiting overall. So, like, there are good examples of self-care usage. It's just that most survivors don't exhibit that, especially if, for example, Sloppy Butcher's in the mix, in which case you, under no circumstance, want to self-care. Well, theoretically, there still is a circumstance, because then it's not a 8-second gain, it's a 2-second gain, but still a gain even if it is 2 seconds, but it's still really bad overall. Yeah, if that's exactly what you do, then like self-care, prove thyself combo with something to increase your heal speed is not bad. I mean, a good example is if you want to run self-care, prove thyself, body knowledge, resilience, not a bad combo. 4K of broken Pyramid Head? Oh yeah, Pyramid Head's still really good. But man, it's so rough to hit M2s now. It really is. I was trying to scrim against my team's sample text with Pyramid Head, and when I realized what the hell happened, I wanted to literally just like, okay, I'm done with this match, I'm about to DC. Because I had to relearn during a scrim match how to use M2, basically. Narrowly, to be honest, it's slower, but I was still able to hit them. The problem is that you can't do the same type of tech. So I don't know if you would do like insta M2s at all, Hammy. But it's now almost like as much as a Huntress windup, and playing against comp players, which is what I was doing, is freaking miserable. You can still insta M2, but the delay if the survivors know what you're doing is just so punishing. Like, it's not that you can't do X, Y, and Z, it's just that gives them a lot more time to react, so you have to predict further. Since I use the wires things and loops, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, no, it's just, it is not good. It doesn't make Pyramid Head unplayable? No. Does it make him worse? Absolutely. Like, I need to relearn his timing for both just M2 and then how to basically predict further ahead for an insta M2. When it comes to M2 strafing, not M2 strafing, not being able to M2 strafe is actually really bad for me. Because I M2 strafed a lot. Waxstall is good. I mean, Waxstall and Burning Man painting are the best add-ons on him. Bad him. And let's break this door. I wonder something. Okay, interesting. So I can open up a gateway there. The reason why I wanted to test that is because Nurse cannot blink in that room. But a gateway can be open there, which is fascinating. Right, let's get her to move in front of me. No window tech for you, Nia. Interesting. So apparently my gateway decided it wanted to open in basement. Doesn't need recharge? No, he really does not need recharge. There's not a single circumstance that I can think of where recharge is necessary. Doesn't mean he can't. I mean, it's not that he can't, but, like, it's never going to be a necessary thing. Oh, that's where liquefied gore is so good. Would have given me more time. Would have given me just enough time to actually get the teleport off. Would have been beautiful. Hook into a potential hit. Use add-ons? Yes, I am. I'm using Burning Candle. I don't have Liquefied Gore right now, though, is the problem. There's the Dead Hard. Alright, let's put you on Scourge Hook. Why is she not struggling? I'm concerned about that. It looks like they healed Nia. No one's there. Scratch marks are in House of Pain. They're not on the gen. Interesting. Where are they going then? Going out beyond car. Going for the unhook maybe? Is that the play here? It feels like that's the play. I should have canceled that. Good idea in theory, bad in execution. Oh, you have the Lament configuration too. Excellent. That is exactly what I want to see. Because now I can get Chain Hunt off of you. Oh, all of them are there. Why? That makes zero sense. Alright, there is Chain Hunt. Excellent. Let's get some hits in here. And let's put you onto a Scourge Hook. Alright, we got that hit. Meg has Lament. I can't get there in time, so I'm just gonna go for Meg. Hello, Megan. And does she hold W? She does. Yeah, that's bad timing. I thought, yeah, realistically speaking, I could have played that just by M1 instead of going for the M2. Just learning different times of when to actually use M2 to get the fullest advantage of it. And let's bring you over here where people might be healing. They can take some body blocks if they so choose. Oh, this might be bad though. This might be 3 body blocks. Nope, not even a single one. Sorry to tell you, Meg, but your entire team decided not to body block for you whatsoever. Yeah, that little bit of cooldown after getting out of your gateway is actually really punishing. I will not lie. And where are we going there? You're on this tile. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll go for Nancy here. Let's get our hit in. He did indeed. He just did not announce it. A little bit too close on the fence there, unfortunately. Let's take a look. No voice line, but still exactly. Alright, we're on car now. Will you drop it? You do not insta-drop it. That's smart by you. But we were able to get the hit, and the subsequent went down because of it. Like that, these are the type of situations where the chains really matter, is these tight loops. Where you can get some really good value if you get the hit. The hard part's getting the hit. A lot of survivors are able to actually work around. And is that the lament configuration on the ground? Hold up 1 second. Is this my box? It is. Excellent. Hi, Megan. I stayed in a party of friends the other day and I was just jamming out to Nemesis theme music because that stuff slaps. It is pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. I will not lie. Now, where is everyone at? Wait, are they seriously doing gens while they have 2 survivors on hooks? Yeah, that little bit of delay is actually so bad. Alright, good job slow vaulting that pallet, my dear. Let's grab you. Let's just put you on this hook, I guess. Why not? I think they're going for the lament because they're going over this way. So I imagine they're going for that as we speak. Yeah. I'm right here. You do understand that, right? This is perfect. Like, this is what you need to do in order to win with Nemesis. Alright, let's just teleport, I guess. Rough. Yeah, it wasn't a horrible idea of Meg being there too, because Meg did actually just take aggro enough for her to do it. Unfortunately, I thought I was chasing Nia and I was chasing Meg. So, go figure. Alright, put you on hook, and everyone's on death hook with the exception of 1 survivor. So we're really in a relatively good spot, honestly. Everyone's on death hook now, so no matter what happens, they all die. Skill check miss. Okay. Are you requesting death, Meg? Oh, what are we doing here? I am mildly confused. Okay. Hello. Well, apparently Meg was not a fan of you being in a locker, and now you both die. I appreciate it, Meg. You have officially sold out your friends, and now death be waiting for you both. So, congratulations. Their plan is in full effect. I mean, I was expecting maybe to get DS'd by Nia in the locker. Like, that was my only other thought process there. That was what was going to happen. Just played Doc, do you hate it? Yeah, what's up, Project Zero? How you doing? How you doing? Hopefully doing well. Oh, DC, that's why. I was like, why isn't the game ending? But GG, well played to these survivors. Whatchamacallit? Doctor, right. So, biggest thing about Doctor, if you're not having fun with Doc, use the electrodes. The electrodes are really necessary for Doc to be good. How's new killer and ranking system? So far, I am feeling good in regards to SBMM/MMR. Pinhead or the Cenobite or Chatter or Hell Priest, whatever you want to call him, is probably like a C+, B- tier killer right now, so not great, but not horrible all the while. I make to mix a set and just put back the entire thing, and I'm like, well, alright, let's go get Bloodhound, get Liquefied Gore. How does the new ranking system work? It's basically the exact same thing as what it was before. The only exception is, once you go up into a specific rank, you can't drop down below it. So for example, I'm Iridescent 1, no matter what, I cannot lose Iridescent 1. I am Iridescent 1 permanently for the rest of the season. As far as MMR is concerned, that's a different story. We don't have enough blood points for that, bro. Let's see. What perks do we want to reuse? Probably Eruption. Alright, well, we can do Deadlock, Eruption, and Scourge Hook for now, I think. Everything else is kind of hot garbage. How does MMR work? So MMR or SBMM, matchmaking rank. MMR. Yeah, matchmaking, ranking, or stat-based matchmaking. Basically, what that is doing is that you have an invisible rank. When you win a match, whatever that criteria is, your invisible rank goes up. When you lose a match, your invisible rank goes down. If you play against higher MMR people or opponents, and you win the match, your MMR will go up even further. If you go against people with a lower MMR than you and you lose the match, your MMR will go down even further. However, with that being said, ideally how it works is that it's going to pair you with people that are around the same SBMM or MMR as you, so the game is quote-unquote more fair. Feel like the lower MMR, the slower the queues at the moment? It's hard to say. I can't really state much in that regard, to be honest. It'd be hard for me to say if it's MMR related why the queues are slower, or if it is simply queues based on the number of players, which that's more likely the case, is that as there are more players or less players depending. So right now, if killer queues are slower, that means that there are more killers than there are survivors. Whereas if killer queues are instantaneous, that means that there are more survivors than there are killers, and vice versa. Is this going to affect winning blood points? What do you mean winning blood points? Can you clarify on that? I keep winning against red rank killers. Remember, though, that the ranking or the grades for Survivor and Killer are just a representation of time spent in this month playing Dead by Daylight for that side, whether it be Survivor or Killer. It's not indicative of skill or MMR. It is just indicative of how much time has been spent in the game this month before reset. So that's the biggest thing. It's much like before, where your grade is just time spent. Did I remove the Wheel of Killer for today? Yes, Twinkie. Today is another day of the Pinhead or the Cenobite. Imagine because I'm EU, the more dedicated players will be playing right now. Possibly Tweak. Usually later at night, the number of players in either category will go up and down, and it's usually pretty consistent. Right now, it does seem that there are more survivors with MMR enabled than there are killers, since I'm getting a bit of a slower queue time. Do you still get them from... Yeah, you still... The blood points have not been changed, Zero. It is just how ranking is... how matchmaking is done, basically. Who you're going to play against is going to be indicative of your MMR. That's all it does. It ideally is going to match you with people of similar skill. Ideally. We are yet to see over a long period of time if that is going to be the case. This will allow killers, when they jump on a new killer, let's say you've never played Bubba before and you want to play Bubba, you can then play against survivors with lower MMR versus higher MMR and get stomped into the ground. 33,000 blood points. Was that before or after my blood point bonuses? If it was before my blood point bonuses, my wreath, then that's because they probably broke the cap again by accident. If it was before, after the bonus, then it's because of the bonus. That'd only be why. So they may have just broken the cap again. It's not unusual when there are new updates. Is on the end screen thingy. Well, so there's two things. There's your post-game score, and then there's your post-game blood points. 500 error code, GG's. Yeah, I know. Fastest win on Pinhead to date, right? Oh, criminy. Yeah, the fastest 4K, exactly. Fastest 4K in existence. That was such a hard match, I know. Am I really, doing his thing here? Glad I pulled through, though? Yeah, exactly. I love how stretchy the chains look when he launches them at the screen. They seem like they're stretching, like they're made of rubber instead of, steel. What skin am I liking the most? Right now, Chatter. This one here. Yeah, I love how they look like they're stretching and then retract. Oh. I mean, I do understand chain physics are a difficult thing to program into a game and animate, to be fair. I do not envy the animator for this. They stretch from the hell power? Exactly. The box. I love the chatter face, but the arms are so weird. Yeah, you're not wrong. Honestly, I like Chatter. I like the Chatter skin the most in comparison to Hell Priest or Pinhead. Hell Priest, people are not wrong in saying that cosmetic reminds them of Trickster. I fully see it now. When I looked at it again, like, well, that sucks. It is Trickster, but not. Alright, so we're 40 levels away. We can do it. Spiky Boy game? I don't have the outfit right now. I can buy it after this match if you want, Tweak. But I do not have it currently, as of this moment. By the way, do I have the box? Wasn't there a Lament configuration box? There is. Might as well throw that on. If the survivors ever want to find the box, just, you know, let me bring them to a hook. I'll be fine. Kind of wish they would have played on the proportions of Pinhead. That's so many charms? Yes, I do have a plethora of charms. There are not many rifts that I have not done at this point. Typing kill at the same time? No worries, Zero. You're fine. You're fine. I have a page and a half. You have a page. You have a page and a half of Eries. Yeah, like I said, there are not many rifts that I have not completed. We usually finish up the rift in like the first month or so because of how often we play. I mean, on average, I play in between like 30 to 40 hours of Dead by Daylight a week right now. Probably it's going to how do you get the box charm? I think just buying the DLC. I saw it when I was watching one of Dowsy's videos, and I was like, oh, I probably have that too. Words. What are words I was gonna say? Yeah, there was a thought there, and then there wasn't. Dowsy's banned on Twitch right now? Wait, why is Dowsy banned on Twitch? Is it because he's streaming on YouTube? And so that broke the contract that YouTube has with partners. You like Insidious camping? I mean, that is a strategy, not a great one. Gotcha. I mean, to be honest, getting banned for streaming on other platforms is kind of stupid. Because, like Twitch saying, hey, don't stream on another platform, bans them so they then have no choice but to stream on another platform. Yeah. A+ strategy, Twitch. A+ strategy. Hi. Of course. Whatever game would you love? You'd also get in trouble for bullying/harassment. I didn't hear anything about that. I'd have to look into that further. And at the in order to avoid the risk of perpetuating rumors or hearsay, I recommend that we don't comment on that any further, because I would need to look into the entire story before being able to speak on it fully. Yeah, it does seem That does seem added character from Dowsy from what I've seen, but I'll be honest, I haven't really interacted with Dowsy's Twitch chat as much as YouTube content. Of course, YouTube content is more heavily curated in comparison to Twitch. You really only see one side of the content creator in that regard. Check his Twitter lately? Alright, I'll check later. I'll do that off the stream if I'm curious enough. But it does seem peculiar. I mean, honestly, though, if Twitch banned him specifically for streaming on YouTube, it's a dumb move, in my opinion. Really. Thank you. Where's Nia? She has not gone to solve the box yet. Got a quick 4K too. Very good, Zero. It's an argument about stretch res. It's dumb and got him in trouble. Really? Is that like the entire thing? That he got in trouble over a conversation regarding stretch res? Okay. Depending on the statements he's made, that's where I'll judge, but otherwise, like, I'm not exactly all too worried. It seems like a very petty conversation to get in trouble for. Why has Nia still not freaking done the box? The fresh what? This is 3 freaking downs now, and she still has not done anything with the box. Does she not know how to? Question mark. He's holding it so there's no chain hunt, but there is on her. That's the thing. She has chain hunt activated, so she's gonna get harassed on Jen. Fantastic job, Nia. And also that puts her at risk of me now downing her and getting the low-end configuration. Arguably, it could be said that it's better for me to have to hunt it down. But man, Pinhead is bad on indoor maps like this. There's so many corners from them to work with. There's Dead Hard. Yeah, what's up, Delonco? How you doing, my friend? Thank you. And up you go, Nia. Is the perk surveillance good? Yes, it's very good with surveillance. Or any form of passive gen regression. Welcome back, Giraffe. Corruption. Now, Dwight has the box. Dwight was not far away. Yeah, I was about to say, Dwight was not very far away last time I checked. Oh, Dwight boy. Let's get a hit on you. Looks like this gen had the most progress. Duly noted. And thank you, Dwight boy. I'll be taking that. Pretty good. Thighs are killing me right now and on like a 6-7 mile run this morning. Sounds like a fun time at the very least. Hopefully it was enjoyable. Oh, we don't have eruption ready. Oh well, we'll just manually regress that then. Screw it. Also, wait, how long were we in chase for? They still haven't gotten this person off the hook for some ungodly reason. Why? I do not understand. Hi. They go for Dwight first. Smart. We can't really do much about this, so we're gonna teleport for him. Yeah, you know, you have to kind of measure the situation that you're in, and that situation it's much better for me to teleport and at least be in a chase immediately rather than searching around for survivors, right? The bug leg crawl is chatter? Yes, that is a chatter noise, specifically. I think that is a cosmetic-specific noise that he makes. You got wrecked against Pinhead? I mean, I feel like Pinhead can definitely get a lot of value as long as you're basically keeping Chain Hunt up constantly. Like, if you keep Chain Hunt up, then you're in a really good spot overall. Let's apply Eruption. There's no real reason for me to go for her, though we can probably guarantee a hit in comparison to Dwight's. Let's do that. Alright. Oh, that was frustrating. Wait, you're still there? I would have thought that you would have left. Really not. Rather than actually watch Hellraiser last night, wasn't sure what to expect, but it wasn't that. Yeah, Hellraiser's a strange series. Let's leave it at that. If you're gonna watch Hellraiser, watch 1 and 2, maybe 3. After that, don't worry about the rest. Any suggestions for counterplay? Honestly, if you're in chase with him, hold M1 at all times, because the moment that you get hit by chains, you can start breaking them immediately. After that, good stuff. After that, honestly, make sure that you're not looping around tight tiles. That's where he probably is best. Larger tiles where he has trouble getting around after hitting you with chains is probably where you want to be, in all honesty. Yeah, I'd say 2 and 3 are probably worth it, but not the rest, basically. The rest are, without a doubt, not worth it. Yeah, Hellraiser is probably, it's the early 90s, late 80s horror, which is very much gore porn. There's no questions about that. That is what a lot of horror movies back then were. And keep in mind that the SFX back then, or the VSFX, are not exactly top-notch, so it's very campy in my opinion. Yes, so Hellraiser is getting a TV series. They're also getting a movie reboot, I do believe. I believe those two things are happening. How do you access the self-promotion channel on Discord? You don't. So I get so you give me your Twitch channel, and I subsequently then add you to the list of streams or channels that whatchamacallit, that Me6 shouts out. Kind of excited for the new Myers movie. I forgot that was happening for a second. Not gonna lie, I did forget that thing that was happening. Quentin boy, where are we? Yeah, it is next month. You're right. It's gonna be female to reboot. I mean, yeah, that not surprised, I suppose. Female Pinhead or male Pinhead. I mean, they're all just different Cenobites, right? And I'm not sure if they really have a gender. If more that they just have a physical form, if I'm not mistaken. But it's been a while since I watched the movies. Yeah, isn't Hellpriest female? Yeah, what's up, Wolf? How you doing, my friend? Should honestly probably just break this. You have Liquid Gore, so we have a bit of extra time. Let's teleport. You kept getting caught by no pallets or windows. The thing is, pallets and windows are actually really strong for Pinhead because it forces you to slow vault them if you're chained. There's Dead Hard for distance. That was good. That tells me where Quentin is. Good stuff. And do I have a... I do. I was about to say, do I have a hook nearby is the real question. Alright. Yeah, no, at the end of the day, simple. My philosophy, as I've said many times, is the rising tide raises all ships, and so I kind of want to do that with both COTF as well as my personal Discord and community Discord, rather. But GG, well played to the survivors. Indeed. I live an hour and a half away from it. They had a gender. The Xenobites are genderless based on their gender of their human life. That makes sense, yeah. How the box works? Do I have to complete it? Do you have to complete it? No. Should you complete it at some point? Yes. There are major benefits to completing the Lament configuration. Basically, if you hold on to it for too long, it's going to apply Chain Hunt to you and only you as the holder. And when you pick up Lament configuration, you cannot put it down, with the exception of if the Cenobite has Franklin's, in which case then when you get hit, you'll put it down. Otherwise, upon picking up the Lament configuration, you will pause Chain Hunt for everyone else but yourself. Upon solving it, you have the Cenobite has the ability to teleport to you, in which case you're locked into an animation, and he will spawn 10 meters away from you. If you do solve it, then it simply will end Chain Hunt, reset the Lament configuration. Excuse me. Reset the timers as well. So I'll probably be streaming for another 2.5 hours. I actually need to bring Meep. So I have to bring Frankie to work early, around like 6:30-ish. B, I have to bring Meep to the vet thereafter around 8:30-ish. So today is going to be a shorter stream again. Probably close to 4 hours, I would say. Maybe bordering 6, but probably 4. Probably 4 hours today. We're going to try and get as close to P3 as possible. If we don't hit P3 today, we'll play some more Pinhead tomorrow until we have P3. Well, so I was not up... Well, actually, I was up till 5 a.m. yesterday. But Alex is not a CST time zone, Delanco. They are... You're, what, 6 hours ahead? 6 hours right now? 5 hours? I want to say. It's 1:30 in the morning right now, so 6 hours, yeah, 6 hours. Yep. Day 1, I had 1,000,000 blood points already stocked up 0, and then I used 8,000 iridescent shards to get another 600,000. And then from there, I got 1.4 million yesterday during stream. So we're going to be trying to get to P3 by end of today. Butterball, Pinhead were all male in their human lives. Deep Throat was the only female Cenobite if you exclude Christy Cotton. Good to know. At 3 a.m. or so, I might need to hop off because I'm so tired I might get my butt kicked for it. Alex, as always, you know, never hesitate to, you know, shut off the stream, go get some sleep, go get some food, what have you. As I always say, life comes first, so do not worry about it. I need to watch them Scream at some point. Well, if you guys want, I still require you guys' suggestions for the community movie night, not this Friday, but next Friday. So if you guys do want to watch some horror movies, if it's on Netflix, that would be a good option. Otherwise, I'm going to probably just pick a horror movie that kind of sticks out to me and see how good it is. All right. Ah, god dang it. Treatment Theater again. It's such a bad map. Scream as a comedy changed my mind. Also, still need to get Apple gift card for Twitch sub for Jackbox this week. Yes, definitely should. We do have Jackbox. Keep in mind that if you're not subbed, you can still participate just as the audience instead of the participating in the actual game itself, if that makes sense. So you'll still be able to participate in full. There's no reason for me to teleport right now for right here. Actually, I'm gonna teleport now. She had a pallet between me and her, so I can leave her injured off of gens and go for Claudette, keep people injured, basically. Hey, what's up at 2K? How you doing today, my friend? Hopefully doing well. Where are you going, Claudia girl? Do you have Dead Hard? I feel like everyone and their grandmother's back to using Dead Hard. The bug leg SFX is so uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a chatter sound. Alcenabite, having fun with him. He's definitely not the strongest skill in the world, but there are some strategies based on the map that you're playing on that can prove beneficial. It's just unfortunate that he is map dependent in some regards because of that. Hello, Tap. I think every killer should be Pyramid Head. Yes, every killer Pyramid Head confirmed. How you doing? How's the stream going? Pretty well, doing pretty well. Cannot complain today. And stream is also very similarly going well in addition to. We have our second Pinhead day, or Cenobite day, as we are trying to get P3 on this killer. Let's go for Cheryl here. Oh wow, she actually vaulted. Can I interrupt this? What? That's insane. Okay. I don't know how I missed that. I feel like I went right through them. Like, that was such a beautiful shot too, and the game's like, I think not. I think not. Hello. Alright, that's 3 eruptions now, which is not too bad, actually. Hi there, Tap. Yeah, I need to get that hit so I could have gotten the down quickly. And where are we going there? That's 1, 2, 3. So that's 18% off of gens. That's not bad, honestly. Alright. We're gonna split a pyramid. And we're not gonna be ready. I feel like I'm missing words there. I feel like there was someone here. Yeah, there was. Hello there, Cheryl, me girl. How are you? Alright, there's the throw. And back around. Now let's get the down. Let's break the pallet. Cheryl's a gamer. She is indeed. Let's put you on a hook. And specifically a Scourge hook. Is an altar from fiction. Ah, okay. Is Eruption finally a valid perk? I mean, it's not a bad perk, but it's not great either is the problem. Probably could have swung a little bit earlier on that, to be honest. He broke so many of those by environment. That's so bad. Thank you, thank you. Do I have time to get you to a Scourge Hook tap? I feel like I do. Alright, sounds good, Zero. Thank you much for the lurk, as always. Yeah, what's up, Beast? How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing pretty well. How about you? What have you been up to as of late? Let's check the gens. Some mild progress over here. Big brain window vault, apparently. I don't know what was up with that, to be honest. There's been some homework, very nice. That's not a good idea, Jeff. You're injured. That's a horrible idea. Like, doing the lament configuration while injured is just not the way to do it. Yeah, trying to be very accurate in those situations is rough. There we go, that's what we needed. That's another 12% off of the gens. Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying Pinhead personally. He's a very fun killer. So here's the problem. I can't actually measure him completely. Like, from just looking at base kit, he has a lot of issues. However, there's a big however here. I have not used him with an ideal build yet. Like a fully ideal build. So once I get my full build on him, whatever that might end up being, I am very curious to see what the overall power level of him is. Yeah, I don't think most of ours should mind. Yo, what's up, Belle? How you doing today, my friend? Hopefully doing well. Alright, that's tap going for the unhook. He's going through. He's going for the unhook. This will be a direct trade. That was a dead hard. You know what? Fine. Go get your friend. I completely forgot that Claudette was still in the game. I don't know why. I thought for some reason that Jeff was the last one. Because I haven't seen Claudette in a hot minute. Right there's the unhook, probably by Jeff. Let's go for Jeffy boy. And it looks like Deadlock locked down that gen. Keep that in mind. Doing pretty well, doing pretty well. Where are we going? I feel like I'm not gaining any distance. Oh, chain hunt's active. Good stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to wait out the chain spawn, so that way when he went to vault, it'd be a slow vault like that, I could just grab him. Alright, let's patrol gens real quick. Yep, you want to hit this with Eruption. And that is a Cheryl who's still injured for some ungodly reason. Perfect. And Josie. Thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones, my friend. I am Mark, aka Guildspar. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach codes to play killer and survivors how to play against killer. Very happy to have you here. Yeah, I still am surprised that's, like, I understand on one hand why schools want to be back in person. On the other hand, I'm kind of still surprised that they opted to go back in person, putting their staff at risk and also the children, and subsequently their families at risk as well. Just really does not make much sense to me. Thanks for having me. No worries, no worries. What do special hooks do again? So Scourge Hook, when you hook a survivor on it, the mangled stats effect is applied, but also a 9% penalty to healing, repairing generators, and cleansing totems, I do believe. Alright. Oh, look at that hatch right here. Yeah, it's reverse resilience. Claude deserves to die. Yeah, we have not really seen Claude much this game, have we? We have not. But yeah, it's actually, in my opinion, Scourgehook is a really good perk. It is just passive gen slowdown, and the only time where it gets removed, that's perfect. The only time that it gets removed is when they get injured again. Excellent, we found where Claude is. You don't find the luck configuration by yourself often, but when it does happen, it is quite nice. And my lunge just broke itself. GG's. I closed it. You know, that is true. It was not opened. I guess I technically opened it. So if that's the case, They don't want to dive deeper into that thought. If he opened it, what does that mean? We'll do so eventually, once the voice file's back in, maybe. Claudie. A little bit off there. And that will be that. The box, I opened it. No, some other thoughts. Maybe I'll have to DM that one. Because as much the funny thing is, like, as much as that is a quote from the movie, like, it is pretty literal because the Cenobite is a creature that is based on pleasure and pain, right? Like, it is supposed to be erotic in nature. And that's the thing about Hellraiser. It's not that they screwed up voice files, it's that the files became corrupted. But GG, well played to these survivors. Alright. Send feet pics, no. How about no? I mean, chat's PG-13. I, on the other hand, am PG. Parents can always mute chat. They can't mute me. So new rankings. It's the same exact thing as it was before. So if you're... Oh, I don't want Deadlock, but you know what? I'm going to P3 him anyways. So I'll grab Deadlock too. Screw it. So, like, rank 1 is Iridescent 1. Gold is, I think, like, green, give or take. Or is it purple? I think it's purple. But basically, ranking is just your quote-unquote grade. It's nothing that important. You can't go down in grades if you're iridescent. Gold is purple? Okay, that's what I thought gold was purple. I forgot it was green or purple, to be exact, though. But yeah, so I wouldn't really worry about rank too much. The only benefit to rank is that at the end of rank reset, you'll get blood points based on your rank, basically. So if you're Iridescent 1, I think it's like 250,000 blood points that you get on reset. As you go up in rank, you can't go back down in rank. So like, I'm Eerie 1, I can't move out of Eerie 1 at this point. Even if I were to de-pip to Eternity, right? Kind of how it works. I guess we run... No, we'll run Plaything again. And we'll do this. Plaything's actually not half bad. You can de-pip. Like, so if you're gold 3, let's say, you can de-pip. But once you hit a certain point, like Eerie 1, you can't de-pip. The Kate. Hex. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If only the voice line worked? Yes. Rank -10. That is right. You do get blood points for both sides. I forget what the exact breakdown is, and I don't know if we're going to get benefits this season either. Or this reset. Kind of, yeah, Slashy. The entire, like, shtick with the Cenobites is that they are entities that thirst for pain and pleasure. So they inflict pain to provide pleasure. It's, like, Hellraiser is gore porn, but it's also, if you, like, dive deep into the entire concept, is mildly erotic, in nature and in storytelling. So, yeah, that's why, like, it's a thing. It's a thing. Your brother main Felix? You should have, your brother stop on by and say hi sometime, Giraffe. What did I just, tune into? Talking about Hellraiser and the Cenobites. And how it's, entire shtick with the Cenobites is pain and pleasure. And thus, there are very erotic undertones. And not really even undertones when it comes to the franchise as a whole. That is a thing. Like, that's their entire shtick. Is to inflict pain. So, it makes sense why the Cenobite is very happy to be here in the entity's realm. Was gore porn? Oh yeah, that Hellraiser at its foundation is just gore porn. That is a thing. That is a thing. 8 seconds off of that, Jen. We're getting better with those type of hits. Gankling for a body block. Honestly, this early, that's kind of okay-ish. I kind of accept that as a valid thing to do. I do like, because my camera changes position, or my viewpoint changes position as I move the chain, that the survivors don't know whether or not I'm in my chain still. It's kind of an interesting thing, actually. The person doing it is injured. That's such a bad idea. G-vault down? She did. I thought I had the movement right. I did not. Rough. We at least got another chain on her from the environmental break. A little bit too far ahead. You want the chain to be like right behind them, in a similar way that you want a nurse blink. I think I'm actually gonna leave her though. I don't think the pallet's here for Kate, so she's in trouble. Alright, up we go. And that is a really good time to do that, honestly. Do I not have any hooks nearby? No, I don't. That's so... Oh, it's because basement's right there. I didn't realize it. Oh, well. Okay. Well, we have to leave her. I literally can't hook her. That sucks. I didn't realize basement was there. A little bit off. He's very difficult to play, don't get me wrong. But he is very satisfying in my opinion. That's a rough one. At least we can slow her down a little bit. But does it really do much in this moment is the question. We didn't really get much distance at all, I think because she had life. Here's the drop down. Good stuff. And this is our first hook of the game because we messed up that basement hook. That is painful. Alright, looks like they missed a skill check of some sort in school. Might as well go over here and try and get Eruption off. And before we go for him, let's do this. And Chain Hunt is going to begin soon. Ace. Actually, that's perfect. She's still injured. Good dodge. I can't let her... These survivors are kind of annoying. They actually know how to play. They're actually body blocking. That's worrisome. That is actually pretty worrisome. Alright, there's Eruption off. That at least slowed him down a bit. Yeah, unfortunately, in order to get keep rank 1 deadlock, it's kind of annoying to do so. It is kind of annoying. That's 2. Alright, looks like it deadlocked this one here. Yeah, this is why deadlock 2 and deadlock 3 so bad. Like, if I get over here, now I have to wait upwards of 12.5 seconds. Like, look at this. This is so painful to have to wait for if I had a pop and I just have Eruption. I just want to apply Eruption, this godforsaken thing. Alright. Let's take a look. There's a plaything down. Scratch marks on the inside. Must have went upstairs, yeah. No reason for me not to do this, honestly. Do I do Swift Days? I do. We haven't haven't been doing them recently, but they will get scheduled out again in the near future. Has Jane been the only survivor on a hook this entire time, by the way? I feel like she has. Alright, what's the game plan here? There is none. Good stuff. That's another Eruption hit. And let's find out if you have DS. I don't think you would. As like Smash for horror fans? I mean, that is very accurate. Alright, we need to wait a little bit. And now. And once again, we want to hit Eruption on the House of Pain gen. But once again, we have to wait so freaking long for Deadlock to deactivate. Where should we suggest movies? I'd say DM them to me for now. I might make a channel, though, for the community movie night. Maybe that would be not a half bad idea. So the reason why right now, Jacker, is because we're specifically playing Pinhead. That is why. And right now we're trying to P3 Pinhead. Alright, that's fine. That's way too far away, and I don't want to give up this chase, so we can actually get Eruption value. Alright, looks like there's someone in House of Pain again, so we want to go over there. Yeah, we can work on that. 100%. I'll try and do that tonight. Alright, what's the only other gen that's gotten locked down then? This one here? Let's try and kill off Jane, I guess. That'd not be a bad idea here. That's a mid-vault, so we can hit her. So that's the most progressed gen, which isn't much. I'm not sure if the upstairs gen is a 1-person or a 2-person gen. Oh, Jane. Where are we going, mate? Just going back around, though. Let's hope that she's going to play car. Yeah, the fact that I'm seeing survivors take body blocks like this is actually concerning. This shows to me that they have some form of competency at the game, enough to understand when it's appropriate to actually body block, and against Pinhead of all killers, that's a really rough thing. Lunge is also broken. Yeah, we're gonna lose this match. No, they've taken so many body blocks, and that shows understanding of the game and its mechanics. And we're gonna be able to get her down. Why you would pick that up right then and there, I don't understand, actually. That makes 0 sense. So now we need to get over to some gens and hit them with Eruption, but even then, that's just 0.3% per regression per second. And that for 1% regression, we need 3 seconds. Rough. May you suggest a movie? Yes. You can do it in DMs. Do you think we should watch the Hellraiser movies? I'm not sure if they're on Netflix, to be honest with you. I need to interrupt that before she finished the gen. Let's go for Ace real quick. Unfortunately, that does end Chain Hunt. We need to get this down ASAP for double Eruption. Perfect. Paw Patrol? Let's put you onto hook. Yeah. My only hope there was going to be if I was able to hit them with a chain. I hear whoever's over here. That person's injured. That's Nia or Kate? Looks like Kate. Kate, right. No Nia's in this game. Good dodge of the hook, honestly. Doesn't really matter in the long run, but good dodge nonetheless. We're gonna probably stick to, whatchamacallit? Stick to horror movies here. Thank you for the lurk, 2K, I appreciate it. Oh, criminy. Looks like they're on the exit gate, which the chains actually are not able to interrupt. So that is a thing. Someone just got rid of their play thing. Thank you, I appreciate it. No reason for me to go for that right now. There was scary looking food. I mean, you're not entirely wrong in that statement. Alright, let's take a look. See if they're gonna go for the unhook. They definitely 99 that exit gate. That is for sure. Let's end the conversation on that. I don't think that will be a yes anytime soon, my friends. Let's put it that way. Alright, let's go for Jane. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go sausage party for the community movie night. I do not think that will be an option. Yes, I knew you were there, Kate. Don't think I didn't. And what's the game plan now? Oh, there's no game plan because she was the one on death hook. And they both left. Not too bad, not too bad. I appreciate that, Ace. What, trying a flashlight from like a mile away? You know, I appreciate the attempt at the very least, absolutely. But GG, well played to these survivors. Oh yeah, look at that. The cap is broken. We had 37,000 that match. So it looks like the cap is broken right now. In what categories? I have no idea, but the cap is 100% broken. Time for me to go stand next to an exit gate as killer. Have fun with that one. Have fun with that one. Are we looking for PG-13 movies or is R-rated okay? That's a good question. You refuse to play RPD? RPD is currently disabled. So you don't need to worry about that. That is a interesting question because we do have minors in the community. We do have minors in the community. I think for now, send, like, if you have suggestions, you can send PG-13 movies, or R-rated movies, and then I'll take into consideration. I'll take into consideration. That's a fair point. So, send both, and then I'll think about it. I have until end of day tomorrow, basically. What did you come back to? Talking about whether or not the movies for the community Discord night. I have until next week, sorry. Not Thursday. I have until next week to make a decision on that. But talking about movies for community movie night. There's really bad, good horror called Let It Snow. There's a really bad, good horror called Let It Snow. Yes, that is a Sasha's Party quote, Hammy, to my knowledge. I have not watched it personally, but based on context cues, yes. I didn't watch it, but I heard parents watched it. Alright. Frickin' Nia's name. That is a name right there. That is a name. I feel like that's directed against all Cenobites. And I feel like they would not be too happy about that. Alright, do we have any additional add-ons that are beneficial for us? No. They're your heroes, Alex. They're your heroes. Alright. Then there's Pulverizer and Undownable. Well, we'll see about that, Leon. We'll see about that. I see one more lighthearted. I'm uninstalling Twitch. I mean, so you have to understand, Slashy, that things like tone tags are actually beneficial. In all seriousness, because it's hard for me as a content creator to know when people are serious and what people are not, in some cases, but also difficult for you guys as viewers as well. So tone tags are actually beneficial in all seriousness. Let's see. No idea what it means in context. Lighthearted. So it's mean that's like it's not a full-on joke, but it's not serious either. It's lighthearted. You're not getting insulted, Slashy, no. We're on Disturbed Ward. That's gonna be a problem, in all honesty. Yes, tone tags are in the welcome channel if you do want a breakdown. That is accurate. That is accurate. That's fine. I think not, Leon, me boy. Leon, that is very much not open. The hitbox got messed up. We were past where I wanted to blink to or hit the chain to, and then just like that. Bad angle, Leon. Good job there. I can still hear you, my friend. So you're still not out of the woods yet. I was gonna teleport. Okay. Yeah, neurodivergency is basically people with ADHD, autism, dyspraxia, dyslexia. There's a whole lot of stuff that it applies to. It's an umbrella term that covers a lot of things. Then head on. Okay, so this is a Swift based on that fact. So they're bringing me in, when they bring me in front of lockers, that is a good indicator that they're trying to hit me with head on. A little bit too far to the right. Alright, let's drop Chase here. Hi, Leon. How are you? I see you two are going to try and hit me with head on. Uh-huh. Like, that was not obvious enough, my friends. We go for the teleport because the person using it's injured. Excellent. Not happening there, my friends. So there's Scourge Hook activation. We do need to go around and start erupting gens. Let's see. So far, nothing there. Probably over in Shack again. I see scratch marks and blood in front of the walker. Oh, wow. Let me go right here. Stop. You need to stop. Just point blank statement. Stop with that, Adam. It's not going to work out as well as you'd hope. Let's see now. We do need to reapply Eruption at some point. So it looks like we should be able to do so in middle. You can say anything with tone tags, yeah. But really on things where tone is harder to discern, if that makes sense. They are in Discord, yes. They are in Discord. Alright, you've pretty much used every pallet in middle here, Leon. You're in a bit of trouble. Hello. And let's get hit on you. And I have no real reason to interrupt you at all. This is fine. Alright. I mean, we're not in a bad position right now, surprisingly enough. Did we already erupt this one in the middle? I feel like we did. Yeah, so like if you were to jokingly say, I hate you, and a J would not be a bad idea. That is correct. Alright. I want to play this Felix, my boy. Yeah, he's gonna try and bring me in front of the locker. Adam's still here. Watch. Stop. We've been through this, Adam. I told you to stop that. Okay, can we not do this? I hate that I can't prioritize pickup over the locker search. And Felix, you should not be opening that while injured. There's no reason to. Just point blank statement. There's no reason to do that. Oof. That's an oof. That's fine. You got the break. Yeah, that was a bad usage of it. I need to be more careful when they break line of sight. Yeah, there are some tone tags that are never really necessary, to be honest with you. Or necessary to use, rather. So don't feel like you always have to use tone tags. They're beneficial in certain circumstances, but not all. Yep, he'll drop pallet. This chase going on for way too long, though, I will say. This should be the end of the chase. Keywords, of course, though. Alright, let's put you on Scourge Hook. I don't know if you're dead or not. I know I hooked at him multiple times because he's been a dummy with his head on. You, I'm not so sure about. Not bad, not horrible, though. No progress here, so no eruption target. I have to check the other gens. I know that Shack had progress on it. I want to go over there, honestly. Yeah, see, half joking there would not make much sense. Oh, hey. Look at that. Ah, there we are. You have calm spirit. That would make sense why you're not screaming. Yeah, bad miss. Gives way too much distance. Oh my god, I found the link configuration again? Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely. Let me just pick this up here. That gives me information to where they are. Love it. And down goes Felix Boy. And I believe Felix is dead, leaving Nia not hooked yet. Honestly, that is fine by me. A 3K on this map with the Cenobite is not bad at all. Alright. Oh, you have the element configuration, don't you, Nia? Which means Chain Hunt's still on you, funny enough. And if you go to solve it, then I'll know exactly where you are. But she did find Hatch, and she took the Lament configuration with her. But GG, well played to these survivors. To my understanding, Delanco, it is by buying the DLC. Outside that, no idea. I just know I have it. You did. But did you open it? I will, but I won't announce it. Alright. All that being said, let's ready on up again. And go into the blood web. Strider ain't gonna do me any favors, to be honest with you. And what do our add-ons look like again? Hot garbage. Our only good add-on here is Burning Candle, in all seriousness. Everything else is quite literally hot garbage. Just got sent the poster for the charity stream. Would you all like to see how it turned out? Absolutely simple. Post it over on the Discord images. You should 110% do so. You don't know what platonic means? So, platonic is like friendly. So, for example, some people say that they platonically love a friend. And hey, GG's job. I appreciate you stopping by saying hi. Would love to have you here, or rather, already are part of the Guilty ones, but love for you to join our community Discord as well if you are interested. I am Mark, aka Guiltspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach codes how to play killer and survivors how to play against killer. Very happy to have you here. Oh, Jobama. I see, sorry. I take a piece of a name and I latch onto that, but I see the name is Jobama. Alright. But yeah, basically non-romantic in nature. You know, you love them as a person, but you don't want to get married to them. Long and short of it. No, I don't think they're actually heartbroken. I think that'd be a good point for a tone tag. But I cannot speak for them. You've got some really unfortunate news. Yes, I'll do so right now. I have it on my mind. Let's take a look. That's the wrong channel. I want D7. Chaos for Charity. Live on Twitch, 6 p.m. CST, 8 streams all at once. Raising money for those affected by Hurricane Ida. All donations will go directly to Red Cross. Pretty cool stuff. I do like the poster. Yeah, that's right. We haven't seen Imagine Hotman. I imagine that they've also been pretty busy of life. I mean, I can understand that, Slashy. Alex and Giraffe have been around for a while, so, you know, where their personal and their love life is not exactly the focus of them as people, I can understand why you could get confused. They're at work at the moment? Gotcha. Thought she did amazing with it? Yeah, she did a really good job. Simple, I'd 100% agree. But hopefully doing well at the very least. They got a new job, though. Their laptop is pretty busted, so they haven't been around much. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, kind of difficult to join the stream if their laptop is no work. They want to get dungeons. Since I got it, I think they gonna get it. I can't remember. What? I feel like I'm losing context in that. What does Alterius or like Alterium? Yeah, Alterius. Like a motive? Is that what you're talking about? Like our ulterior motive? That's not. I'm not saying that right. Why can I spell it in my head but I can't say it right? Oh, alterus. Not platonic but not romantic. I actually did not know what that word was. I have learned something new as well. I was not aware that was a word. A little bit off to the right. Now these words are legit difficult, not gonna lie. Some of them are. You're not wrong in that. You're not wrong in that. Yep, dead hard. Alright. We have a Scourge Hook nearby. We do not. Is... Alright. Let's take a look. Alright, let's erupt this first, then go from neg. Eruption as well. Copy pastas are a thing. That is for sure. Alright, let's teleport to you. Don't think I would have made it to interrupt since I already used my chain, unfortunately. If I hadn't used my chain at that point in time earlier, I think I would have gotten an interrupt. Rough. Alright, at the very least, that allows me to break this and slow her down a bit. Surprised she didn't go for the vault, to be honest. I ain't gonna complain, as 2 eruptions will go off. Hyperbole? If I'm correct in stating this, hyperbole is more like exaggeration almost, right? Yeah, exaggeration. Like, it took me a moment to, like, think about that. Alright, eruption's almost up again. Alright, let's erupt this again. I mean, hey, at the very least, you're learning the words, so, that's good news. Can use them, in conversations in the future. Alright, that's 1 gen done. Which means that the gen that is also erupted is the one that's locked down. That's good to know, at least. Yeah, that is true. A lot of the words do not crop up often, that is for sure. Chain hunt is about to begin. Speaking of... Alright, where are we at there, Niami girl? That lunge was painful. Yep, I wanted that pallet at the very least. Alright, let's break. Nobody is looping at giving you a chase, they just, with keys? What? Well, Nia has it? Oh yeah, well Nia had the link configuration. She did, correct. I thought I had that, gateway stop, apparently not. What is LH? Lighthearted. Like, not to be taken seriously. She going for the vault. Yep. Starboard is such a painful map. Will Nia take a body block here? Looks like she might be, actually. I'm not gonna go for Nia. I want the down so I can get Eruption off. I don't think I need to use my chain here. I think we're good. There's the Dead Heart, which I was expecting. Eruption did go off. But I didn't get a noise notification, which is interesting. Was that head on? I actually do not know. Alright, let's go for the Nia now. Good pallet drop. Love how his animation, a M1, even though his power uses chains, he never uses body. Yes. That is how that works. No, doesn't want to get his hands dirty is all. Alright, where are we going, yummy girl? Thank you. And appreciate it. Now I have my Lament configuration. Fortunately, no Eruption plays off of that. Let's start applying Eruption. And let's break this door as well. Alright, let's go for this survivor. They ran at me, which was kind of odd. I wasn't expecting that. Alright, how are we going to play this now? Nia, my girl. Do you have a play is the real question. I don't think you do. You have Dead Hard, and that's about it. It'll get damage. Let's put you back up on a hook. Have I gotten Hoarder / Franklin's yet? I've been running it with the 2 add-ons, Increase Solving Time. Ooh, interesting. Hoarder, so actually, I don't think I ever tested Hoarder, did I? Hoarder's not a bad idea, actually. That's a bad idea. While injured, that's a very bad idea. Because that gives me all the time in the world to go for you. Yeah, Hoarder is not a bad idea, actually. I went with Franklin, so we'll drop Cube on M1 so I can instantly pop Chain Hunt for Gen Defense. It's not a half bad idea to run Franklin's. I don't know which one would be better, theoretically. Because Hoarder would give me the noise notification and the aura read for the pickup, right? So that would give me early information. I'm not sure if I'd want to run one or both. Or neither, potentially. But I have not. I think I got Hoarder on my last Prestige, but I've not got on this Prestige. Scratch marks go where? Scratch marks go over here. Let's get that one hit. Honestly, there's no reason for me to do that. Or to teleport here. I was fully expecting her to drop pallet. She did not. And now she's kind of in no man's land. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. On the other hand, I do wonder if picking up the box immediately is fantastic. Though it is good gen defense. I wonder if it really benefits in the sense that because you're dropping the chase in order to do so. So I'm curious on that. Kind of like the idea of Hoarder more than I do Franklin's. Because at least I have early information, can go for them specifically. Usually the chain hunt quickly lets you find another chase. Fair, fair. Yeah, I'll have to try it out eventually. I'll have to try out a few different things. I really wish that, whatchamacallit. I really wish that Hex Third Seal would conceal the aura of killer possessions or belongings. Like Pig's jigsaw boxes or plagues pools, for example, that would be really nice, honestly. That would be fantastic. Because then it would hide lament configuration, and it would be pretty brutal if that were the case, but I think it won't. Nice finding the box. I can imagine. We've run across the box a few times. Normally, when they get the box, I measure how far away they are from me, whether or not I can go for it. Because the biggest thing I do is when they're trying to solve it, I interrupt them with the chains from afar, and it seems to be working out pretty well for the most part. Enjoy your ideas as greedy if that one up on Pig. I can understand that. I can understand that. It'd be fun from Killer's side, probably not from Survivor's side. Alright. There goes Chain Hunt. The nice part about chasing Nia here is that if Yui goes for the Lament configuration, goes for a solve, I can teleport to her and immediately down her. Did she replay? Oh, she did. Why are you back here, Yui? So confused. You have a key, is that why? Tamer Tire, third seal, 5 boxes. Yeah, that would be a thing. That is for sure. Like I said, I would love it, but I understand why survivors would hate it. I just wish it worked for Cenobite because it worked out so freaking well. Let's see. Looks like Yui suicided, so... Oh, Nia has Lament. I mean, that doesn't really stop Chain Hunt no matter what. And GG, well played to these survivors. Had a third seal slugging Pig in Swamp, worst game. Yeah. That is fair, that is fair. Alright. On to the next one we go. Now, let me take a look at my my perks. I don't think I have Hoarder or Franklin's yet. I'd definitely be interested in trying them at the very least. Let's ready on up and throw another blood point offering. Alright, good night, Alex. Happy that you're here as always. And hopefully see you tomorrow. And if not, we'll see you next time. That was in Dynasty on the box. I found him by pure luck. Couldn't pick him up because he wouldn't move. I could only interact with the box. Oof. Can you move her with the chains from the hatch? No, you can't move them with the chains. If they get changed, they don't get moved. They just get the incapacitated stats effect in that moment, but they can still leave via hatch. They can't unlock hatch. Is it still if it's skill-based rank, why still pip? Pipping is only for the point of your grade, not for SBMM. At the end of the month, when reset hits, you then get a blood point bonus based on your grade for both Killer and Survivor. So I think Iridescent 1 gets like 250,000 blood points per Killer and per Survivor. Well, SBMM is specifically a measure of your quote-unquote skill. Yeah, we don't have Hoarder or Franklin's yet. Unfortunate. But oh well. Not exactly too worried. We'll probably get like upwards to, within 4 hours, probably like rank 25, maybe rank 30, give or take. I'll probably have to finish up P3 Cenobite tomorrow. What's the penalty? Are you talking about for the rank reset, Frost? The rank reset puts you down to 20. So every rank reset now you go down to 20. That's how that works. Alright. Still the best build that I can think of as of this moment. I'll be honest, his Adept is not bad as far as perks are concerned. Alright. Two medkits, a flashlight, and unjik. Let's see what you guys got once you're ready up, that is. I think once again, biggest thing that I will say about SBMM/MMR late at night, I think there's still going to be the major issue, much like how the rank-based matchmaking, the same issue that rank-based matchmaking had, which is that later at night it's going to be more of a mixed bag. About to hop into Team Scrims. I'll be lurking. Sounds good, Giraffe. I appreciate it. Alright, sounds good, Hammy. Thank you both for the lurk, and hope the Scrims go well. Alright. A full slew of offerings, all blood points. Corrupt lethal, your opinion? Both perks used on the same killer or individually? Yo, what's up, Kindness? How you doing? Yeah, are they being used both at the same time or individually? Corrupt is always good. Doesn't matter on what killer. Corrupt is a good perk. You can use it on any killer. That's how good it is. It is a killer staple for a reason. There's no reason not to use Corrupt. As a combo, I don't really like it. If you're going to use lethal, I would take off Corrupt, because the entire point of Corrupt is to slow down the start of the match and gives you time 2 minutes to find a chase and get it down, if not more. Lethal Pursuer is basically doing the same thing, but not slowing down the game. Obviously, you still need to patrol your gens, but you have to patrol more gens with lethal, so you're going to be guaranteed your first chase, but ideally your first chase is going to take maybe 45 seconds, maybe a minute. You to learn some Pinhead gameplay? Sounds good, Kindness. Well, we are playing plenty of Pinhead for the next hour and 30 minutes, give or take about 6 matches. Thrilling lethal combo? I mean, that's not really a combo, that's just 2 perks in conjunction with one another. Throwing Trimmers is good, but there's a lot of counterplay to Throwing Trimmers where survivors, if they play smart and know that Throwing Trimmers is in the game, can play around it really effectively. Throwing Tremors is really only beneficial if survivors are not, knowing how to counter it and staying on gens at the point of pickup. If they do that, then Throwing Tremors is really good, but otherwise you just lose so much good info. Best slowdown perk in general? Like, best slowdown perk, period? I mean, Corrupt is a good early game slowdown. Ruin, though, is by far the best. I'd say, oh, hold on. Why are you guys over here? There's no gens here. So why are you guys chilling over here? Yeah, but so, if you're talking about, like, in general, I mean, it is Ruin, followed by Pop. Corrupt Intervention is just a really good perk, though. Honestly, there's no reason for me to drop Chase here and not guarantee myself it, so let's do this. And make sure that we get the chain. Yep, we'll break the pallet. Yeah, that's why Pop and Ruin is so often seen, is because they are the best gen regression perks. By far. Like, there is no question on that. Corrupt Intervention is a very good perk as well. Thought Corrupt and Lethal was a good combo. I disagree, in honesty. Also, I'm going to have to break up that message a little bit because that's a lot of text, my friend. Might not seem it when you're typing it, but it is when it pops up here. Let's put you on a Scourge Hook. Good thing to get chase start at the beginning of the game. Yeah, the problem is that after the first 2 minutes, you're down 2 perks. Now that's the thing, is that at the beginning of the game, within the first 2 minutes of the game, you're out 2 perks, right? Like, that's one of the major issues running those two together, that you're 2 perks down by the start. that they are strictly temporary at its core. There's no way that you can regain lethal. There's no way that you can reapply corrupt. That's one of the really hard things. Pop, corrupt, ruin, barbecue. Not bad, honestly. The main issue, however, is barbecue and chili, in my opinion. Barbecue and chili, in addition to the corrupt, I usually don't care for too much. I see why people like it. However, I do feel that at times it results in scenarios to where there are better options for the specific killer that you're playing. Like, you'll see me running corrupt, ruin, pop, and then a fourth perk based on the killer. Then the fourth perk is really going to focus in on the killer's weaknesses or strengths, and either strengthen their strengths or shore up their weaknesses. Like Sloppy Butcher on Twins, for example. Or potentially Franklin's on the Cenobite. So on and so on and so on. Yeah, we'll have to let him do that. Interesting. DS. There's Dwight Boy. You know what, though? I want to kind of go over this way, because I think Jake's nearby. We kept on seeing over here. There he is. Perfect. We want to go for Jake and try and get the link configuration from him. That would be ideal. Now, I probably could have gone for that, honestly. There goes that. That's fine. Corrupt, save the best for last, ruin pop. Yes, that is very good. Like, that is my build. That's the build that I use at all points in time. So, like, that's a good build. Hi. Can you stop that for like 5 seconds, please? Thank you. Hope they're not on comms. Yeah, it's possible. The thing is that the only people that can cleanse Plaything are those affected by Plaything. So it's not that much of an issue if they are on comms, unless it's their Plaything, right? So, give and take, I do suppose, in that regard. Oh, I didn't realize that there was a frickin' Scourge Hook right there. Did they sabotage it? I feel like I didn't notice it. Even if they sabotaged it, I still should have been able to notice it, is the problem. Meg has it? Where is she, is the question. There's no way I get that, so we can commit to Dwight and get Eruption proc. I think that is the play here. Alright, there goes a Plaything. There goes Eruption. Let's put you on Scourge Hook now. What does the box do? So, when survivors pick up the box, it pauses the chain hunt for every survivor except for the person holding the box. However, when it comes to when I pick up the box, that activates chain hunt. That's still regressing. Good news. That is no progress. Did I see a survivor? I did see a survivor here. There is someone here. I know that for a fact. Oh, they ran out. I see. That is Meg. She's trying to draw me out. I think that may have been a sprint burst, but I can't say for certain. It seemed like she gained some speed there. Take up some distance here. There's no reason for me to go for that, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a bad play. I thought I had the drop down. I did not. Alright, that drop down should result in a down. I mean, we're not in a bad spot right now, all things considered. We're not in a great spot either, just because it's Mother's Dwelling. That's the entire thing with this map, is Mother's Dwelling is just such a punishing map to play around. That's one eruption. We want to go over to this gen. I know they're working on that earlier. That's 8 seconds off of that gen. That's still regressing. Surprising, no gen tap. to eruption. Let's ignore the chase, go for this gen. At least this sets up eruption for later if they're on this gen, even if it's 1%. Alright, there's no reason for me not to teleport here, to be honest. Demos is OP because you just have to place 2 portals next to each other and you see everyone for 3 seconds. I mean, on one hand, yes, you are correct in that statement. On the other hand, you really benefit from that in many situations. There's some give and take there. It's not a bad idea, but it's not fantastic either, I suppose. Alright. So all the gens that got regressed by eruption, it's kind of rough. Is that a box charm on my hooks? It is. It is. I think I got that for buying the DLC. I'm not sure if it's because through Steam or what. But it is a box charm on my hook. You know, just in case the survivors want to find the box, all they need to do is let me bring them to a hook. That's all. No big deal. You know, I'm trying to help them. That's all. You thought I did not see you, Jen. You are wrong. That should guarantee the hit. Alright, let's go for Jake real quick. Can I do this? I might be able to. Oh, so close! We almost interrupted that with the chain. We're so freaking close to that. Any new redeem codes I should know about? Not to my knowledge, no. At least none that I'm aware of, at least. They might send some more out later, but as of right now, I don't think so. I got the erupted gen. That's unfortunate. Looks like the most worked on gen is that one over there. Let's keep that in mind. And let's put you up on hook. How do I like the Cenobite? I actually really like him. He's a very satisfying killer to play. Is he a high tier killer? Absolutely not. But he is fun to play. Yes, the Boop Snoot, I think, was the last one that I'm aware of. At the current moment in time. Alright. Bad habit of not breaking some of the pallets or kicking some gens in fear of losing the survival while doing so. How I made it to rank 1. Yeah, so it's it can be difficult. It depends on the situation. Like, if you have no gen regression that benefits from you bopping or popping gens, then there's no real reason to do so. But since I have eruption, I'm kind of just playing the long game, and even if it's a 1% gen and I hear it, I'm gonna bop it if I'm not sure where survivors are exactly. As far as pallets, depends on the pallet, right? Some pallets you don't want to break because they're not really beneficial. Some pallets you do want to break, however. Alright, we interrupted him. He looks like the Gerber baby. I'd say the default skin, you're not wrong. The skin that I'm using, Chatter, on the other hand, not so much. Chatter's definitely not the Gerber baby, that's for sure. I can't get a direct line of sight on him, so I need to not do that. But this will get me Lament. Just made some shrimp in an air fryer. Ooh, how was that? Never really been a fan of air fryers, to be honest, but I imagine that's pretty good. Alright, eruption went off. Let's patrol the gens again. Oh, I see a survivor. Where are you going, Megan? Good chain hit. I'll see, there's no reason. Actually, you know what? Hold on 1 second. Can I get this? No, I cannot. Unfortunate. I tried to see if I could interrupt her so that chain hunt didn't end. Did not work. Got a small spice to it. Did you like season it at all? Got one while I was in the store. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, 100% safe. Like, not getting ruined while it was in the shrine was definitely a mistake for sure. I explained Toxic Virus that is, just because I win doesn't make me or them trash. It just means I played better, not in a toxic way. So, you don't explain to them, honestly. Trying to argue with them or present your side is usually not going to prove beneficial or really yield any fruit. The best thing that I can recommend is simply to say GG, well played, and move on to the next match, in all honesty. Trying to argue with them one way or another is just not going to really help. I bought frozen, but you wouldn't be able to tell. Fair enough. I mean, honestly, frozen fish or frozen seafood's not a bad thing. Most of your fish at some point has been flash frozen in order to kill off parasites that would otherwise be dangerous to you and other people. Like, fresh caught fish has to be very, very, you have to be very, very careful with, like, immediate fresh caught fish. Because it can result in, well, consumption of parasites. This man refuses to use his hands? Correct. There is not a single animation that he uses his hands for, actually. Did I see her there? I'm not sure. Yo, what's up, Jacob? How you doing today, my friend? I did see her. I did. Hello, Megan. How are you? What we gonna do now, mate? Yeah, so if you ever see the no signal sign, it's because I put it up there. Usually my audio goes out, my drivers do too. And so when that happens, instead of you guys seeing my frozen face, I have the no signal sign. So if you ever see that, I'm well aware. Doing pretty well, cannot complain. And up you go. Yeah, we're doing pretty well, honestly, with Pinhead. We have some rough games, like, don't get me wrong. There are some, like, when teams are coordinated, Pinhead is rough to use, but otherwise, Pinhead's been a fun time. You've been playing some pretty good matches, honestly. His lunge is still wicked broken, but still. Pretty good. I'm gonna say, like, C+, B- range. What's the perk top called? What's the top perk called? I'll let you know in a second, but GG, well played to these survivors. It's Smiley Week with introducing chains. Yes, it is Smiley Week with the chatter for sure. All right, let me fix my face cam real quick. Why is the word Pinhead censored? Don't question the censor bot. The world may never know. That's my answer to that. Don't question the censor bot. It's best to leave those to not question. It'll never make sense. Oh, that's funny though. That is funny. Alright, so let's put on Survivor Pudding. Larry's Remains, actually really good add-on. We're using Deadlock, Hex Plaything, Scourge Hook, and Eruption. Those are for four perks that we're running right now, as we don't have much else. True, he does use the box on, use his hands on the box. Imagine getting chased by that thing. Oh, what, Chatter? Yes, it would be terrifying. It would be terrifying. Also, I just realized, I completely forgot someone requested for me to use Hell Priest before, didn't they? They 110% requested Hell Priest. Sorry about that. I thought I equipped it, apparently not. You know, it'd be funny for Pinhead Franklin's demise. Makes the box drop from survivors and use it. Yeah, someone else was mentioning that earlier. It's something that I'm going to give thought to, whether or not I want to run Franklin's or Hoarder for the Cenobite. Or something else like Brutal Strength, for example. Because keeping... So whenever... Basically, the best thing you can do is whenever a survivor picks up the box, you go to that survivor and you down them. Rinse, repeat, keeping the chain hunt active continuously. Because if you can do that, that is where the pressure comes from Cenobite. Is keeping chain hunt up, because it's passive gen pressure, and if ruin up, for example, it's then gen regression. So I think I'm probably going to use Hoarder more than I'm going to use Franklin's, to be honest, because I want to know where they are when they pick up the box. And thus I can go to them, then kill them. And then grab the box, rinse, repeat. Alright. I swear, everyone is right in saying that if you look from the front, 100% looks like Trickster outfit. Until you look at the back, and not so much. A little bit more gnarly. What's the point of a Doctor shocking you out of loop if you're going to continue looping and not throw the pallet? There isn't. The way you play around Doctor is you want to play around longer loops, and if he is forced to try and shock you, to avoid stop you from dropping it, he'll have to go for extended loops. So in most cases, most loops, or your average loop, you can loop about 2.5 loops before taking a hit. If an instance that Doctor's shocking a longer loop, then it's probably going to end up going to like 3.5. Twins left a little something in his back. It would seem that way. It would seem that way. We have our Survivor Pudding on. We got Larry's Remains and Burning Candle, which are honestly some decent add-ons. Is MMR showing me how little I play most of the killers? Keep in mind that MMR right now might be a little bit off. The reason being is that we don't know where they started our MMR. They could have used, let's say, the last 6 months worth of data as a foundation for your killers. Why isn't your ear pinned? Personal choice. Apparently doesn't like his ears being pierced. Yeah, so it depends on how they did that, whether they used previous data or if they all started us back at 0. MR is out, correct. If they start us all at 0, then it's going to probably take like a month or so for MR to really settle in. And so right now you're probably going to get a mixed bag, especially at night. At night, when the queues are slow or kind of bogged down, it's going to be similar to ranked-based matchmaking, because later at night, rank-based matchmaking was always a mixed bag, you know, if you were at higher ranks, for example, whereas during the day at peak hours, then you're going to get more, you know, red ranks if you're red rank. Playing silver and ash ranks on some of them, but played Aries on others. Well, keep in mind that, and this is something that a lot of people are going to have to get through their heads, and this is no offense to you, but like this is just a general thing. Keep in mind that your grade or your rank really doesn't matter. Grade or rank doesn't matter anymore, so if you play against an Ashe, that just means that they could have possibly have not played the game recently, but could still have really high MMR. Once again, however, it is based on where they put the foundation of this MMR, if they use previous data or if they didn't. So that is also another factor to consider. You said they had his starter pack, but they're making a new survivor, and usually those go together. Usually they do, but keep in mind that Pinhead, or the Cenobite, is a licensed killer. So it's very unlikely that the IP holder of Hellraiser would allow for a survivor to be released alongside the Cenobite if it wasn't within their same franchise. So what will happen instead is that Pinhead has been released on 5.2.0, and on the mid-chapter update, which is about a month and a half from now, which is going to be 5.2.1, is when supposedly the Survivor is going to be released with boon totems, is what we're expecting. It's hard telling. All I know is I'm playing a lot of potatoes on killers I never use, which would make sense. So if you don't use a killer Twisted, then you're going to have a lower MMR, and thus you're going to be playing people who don't know how to play the game as well. And then as you start winning, your MMR will go up, and you'll start playing against people who know how to play better. Keep in mind, though, like I mentioned earlier, later at night, the queues are going to be a little bit off because less people are going to be playing, and thus MMR is kind of going to be a little bit all over the place, much like rank-based matchmaking. But we are on the Pale Rose. Let's take a look. I disturb Pale Rose, so can't really tell him that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Nothing over here. Sounds like they're over here. Alright, well, there's no reason not to hit you real quick. Yes, that would be the gist of it. With MMR, you would be able to play killers that you traditionally don't play and not feel like you're playing against gods of the game, right? So, like, Nurse, Demo, Plague, whoever. You know, whoever that you don't normally play and you want to learn, with MMR, like, that's one of the major benefits of MMR. 300 hours in a game, rank 1 killer, it puts me at 2k survivors. Well, and so the reason for that being might be that based on the data that was provided to it as a foundation or otherwise, it's saying that, hey, you play better than most others. And thus, you know, we're going to put you against people who know how to play the game. That's the gist of what the game is saying based on that information. That's all. You know how to play the game. Now, keep in mind that time spent in-game is not indicative of knowledge or skill, right? That's another big thing to keep in mind, that that time spent does not equal skill. A lot of times it does, but not always. You can play like a potato for 300 hours and be as good as someone with 2,000 hours who also plays like a potato, right? So there's a give and take in that sense. Alright, let's apply Eruption again. Still regressing. Good news there. Limit configuration has spawned. Yeah, time doesn't always translate to skill. That is just a matter of fact. And we're gonna have to close that gateway because we're not gonna get much value off of it. Alright, that should result in a down. Perfect. You can now finally have fun again. And that's the biggest thing. A lot of people have the misconception that because of MMR, that all games are going to be sweaty. But, like, a good example earlier was that we got a head-on squad, right? Like, that's not really a sweaty game. So, like, I can still have fun playing the game, even if the people I'm playing against are still going to be mechanically as good as me. You know, one is not indicative of the other. Pinheads, it's nice. I also really like Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head's chase music is freaking pretty nice, not gonna lie. I love the sound of this freaking gen break animation. It's so satisfying. That's Quentin. Yeah, I do wish that behavior in post-game would show what matches are Swift and what matches are solo. Because that would also be a good indicator for players to say, hey, I played against a coordinated Swift, whereas I got stomped by random solos, right? So I think that would be actually a really nice change to post-game. Billy's music generally is grating on me. I'm not a fan of Billy's, unfortunately. Good Dead Hard. Really good Dead Hard, actually. Did not expect it at all. To be fair, I feel like she misplayed earlier, but you know. She missed the pallet. That's 1, 2, 3 gens damaged. Lovely. I think they need to nerf Nemesis' footsteps when he's undetectable. I mean, in general, yes. They need to... When you're undetectable, you should not be able to make sound as much. And it does disproportionately apply to specific killers. You are correct with that. A little bit early. Jane, do not open that box. That's such a bad idea if you do. Even worse, in basement too. Oh, but it spawned me, interesting. It spawned me in the back of basement. That's where it actually was pretty detrimental, interestingly enough. Here's Dead Hard. That was a rough spawn. The thing is, she has Deliverance, which would suggest DS. I might just wait it out here. Like, I hate to do it, but it might not be. It might be the right move because she's no longer broken now, so I can grab her freely. Yeah, I think she made a mistake by doing that. Like, I knew that her Deliverance had to be up pretty soon, so I had no real qualm doing that. Might cost me in the long run, but in the short term, I think it worked out. Oh, Steve boy, where are we going, mate? Looks like the most worked on Jen was the one that I erupted, so good news there, I suppose. Yeah, that was bad. I need to be more careful in those situations for when I use chains and when I don't. Yo, what's up, Liquid? I've been doing today. I've been doing pretty well. Cannot complain. How about you, my friend? I need to get this down ASAP. Yeah, honestly, he can take the link configuration right now. I need the eruption. Just watching the new What If episode. Very nice. Yeah, I watched that last night. Or rather, I guess this morning. Because it releases at like 12 a.m. whenever. Alright, let's hook you again. Alright, I want to make sure I get eruption. We're not going to hit that yet. Let's go for Jane real quick. I think this is not a bad idea. Remember that she does have this Dead Hard. Yeah, What If Zombies? It's a pretty good episode, honestly. I was a fan of it. I was a fan. Alright, looks like she's going to the pallet up here. Should make game chat for Survivor the only way they can work with each other. I don't think that really changed anything. Not to mention that people have Discord comms. They should make game chat for survivors. That way, that only works when. Oh, I see. In-game comms. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Why does Nemesis have a passive? Would the Hunt be Pinhead's passive? They're making passives now. I mean, there's a few colors prior that have passives. Freddy's a great example. His dream state is a passive. Theoretically, though applied, that you have to apply to the survivors. Whatchamacallit? There is a passive for whatchamacallit? The pig, right? So there are plenty of killers with passives. It's not a new concept, but definitely to this degree. All right, bye, Liquid. Have a good one as always, my friend. I appreciate you. I have no idea where Steve is. Yep, you can do the limit configuration. That's fine. Yeah, knowing where Steve is kind of troublesome. I need to get this down for Eruption ASAP. This is my only form of real regression. A little bit short. We should have brought that up a little bit further. You probably would have gotten the chain hip. And there's last gen. Let's go for the Quinton boy. Steve is also over here. I do want to keep that in mind. Alright, sounds good, Beast. Have a good, my friend. I appreciate you. Alright, let's pick you up. He's not gonna be able to get the execute in time. Nurse has a passive called Anxiety. You're not wrong. Maybe I should have chased Steve off a little bit more. That's not 99, which is good for me. But if Bill comes over here, we could be in trouble. Looks like he wants to bring me away from the execute. That way Bill can get the unhook. He can then loop me. We need to keep him away from the execute as much as possible. The fact that he's going this far out, though, is a huge mistake, I would say. Unless the other execute is already 99, which is not outside the realm of possibility. He's gonna take a hit here. He's gonna try and make a beeline for the execute, right? We're gonna chain him and try and slow him down. He actually might have the distance that he needs. Like, that's gonna be some slowdown, but I don't think enough, especially with a body block or two. Yeah. Take it out. Ooh, hold up. That wasn't the right execute, Steve. Interesting. If this execute had been fully opened, he would have been fine. I thought that Steve and Quinton were on this one. Apparently they weren't. Go figure. Go figure. So, 2K is not bad. I'll take the 2K. I mean, the build that we have is not exactly fantastic. It's not horrible, but it's not great either. So, I'll take the 2K when we get him. I was really hoping that build would stay there so I could Blood Warden affect him. But GG, well played to these survivors. Not bad at all. Also, Jane 100% had DS. Got Xeno Depth 1 first try since they fixed the crashes. Hey, that's awesome, Prelasito. Yeah, apparently I was really lucky to not get any, or get that many crashes yesterday. Apparently I was very, very lucky because apparently some people were getting them constantly. Where I was getting them, like, here and there. I think it was, like, in total out of 6 hours, we got, 3 crashes. Yeah, 3 crashes sounds about right. Alright, let's take a look. Throw another Survivor Pudding. Burning Candle, Larry's Remains. Honestly, probably the best 2 I have. Your first 5 were all crashes? That's rough. That is rough. Yeah, I think my first one was a crash. And then the other 2 were kind of like here and there. It was like maybe 1 crash every 2 hours, so I got extremely lucky. Which I am thankful for. If it happened probably that much at start, probably would have just not streamed DBD yesterday, to be honest. That, and also I'm thankful that at least though the crashes did happen, though they are annoying, at least you keep your blood points, which is good news. If they didn't do that either and they gave you a DC penalty every time, I also would have just not streamed yesterday. Or rather, not streamed DBD. Point blank statement. Alrighty though. But how are you doing? Hopefully doing well. What have you been up to, if anything much? We have time for maybe 3 more matches, maybe 2 matches. I am going to be ending by 11 p.m. CST. I have to be up early tomorrow, so I do apologize about that. Oh, gonna be freaking drag. I have to be up by 5:30 to wake up Frankie for work at 6:30. Then I need to bring my cat to the vet at 8:30. And that'll probably take me until 9 at the very least, maybe 9:30. No complaints, I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. Just knowing that tomorrow I'm gonna be freaking exhausted. So tomorrow might be another like chill 4-hour stream again before we do our community day on Friday. Doing 2 hours of Trivia Murder Party, 2 hours of Push the Button. So I'm excited for that. But otherwise, just having a good time with Pinhead, honestly. I find them to be a really satisfying killer. They might not be the strongest, but they are a satisfying killer to play. And the funny thing is, I think by playing them, and I think this is a really cool thing, by playing Pinhead, anyone who goes, I want to get better with Nurse, you want to know a great killer to get good at, and then play Nurse, and you'll probably be able to translate over their skills. Freaking Pinhead. Like, if you can place your chain or your gateway right behind a survivor, and hit them immediately, you can do that same thing with a Nurse. The charge time is about the same. So I think that anyone who goes, I want to get better with Nurse, play Pinhead. It's strange to say, but it actually helps. Because it's basically just, in a way, plaid flannel Nurse, but not. That's basically his power in a nutshell. Plaid flannel Nurse, but you slow them down like a clown instead of injuring them, unless you have an add-on. Alright-to-though. Let's take a look-see on the map we are going to be on. And how you doing, Apocalyptic? Hope you're doing well. Thank you much reminder to hydrate. I appreciate you. And there we go. Bien, happy to hear that, my friend. Hopefully your day or night only gets better. Oh, I see a survivor. I saw a survivor. Stingman, there we go. I heard her footsteps. Only reason why I was able to identify her exact location there. She has a pallet. Will she use it? There's no reason for me to go for that whatsoever. Break. She vaults. Not a great move. Oh, no. Life. I mean, that changes things. Normally would have been a great move, but that makes sense here. She dodged just barely. You can literally keep on doing that all day. Alright, down goes Feng Min. Let's put you on a Scourge Hook. Slow down the game a little. Looks like this is our closest one. And we'll check some gens for Eruption. If gen does get popped off, then Deadlock will show us the most progressed. No real progression here. Next progress is over there. We have 25 seconds to spare before we really need to get over there. So we have time to kill. A build too, for that matter. But this build's in a pretty strong position. So I think we just make our way over to that generator of Deadlock now. That we can drop chase with Bill. You don't have to worry about him being on a gen or anything, right? Alright, we see you. We do want to hit the gen of Eruption before we continue chase, though. Perfect. That's 6% off. About 4 seconds, give or take. And we can put her on to Scourge Hook here, and then Eruption should be up again soon. We might be able to teleport there. Not sure, though. Be close. We can. Excellent. That might guarantee us a hit. A little bit off. And let's see. He did not play Shack, strangely enough. I am surprised about that. They vault, that's a slow vault. Excellent. I do love that. And that should result in a down here. Perfect. Alright, let's find another Scourge Hook. Excellent. One right over here. The chains can go over objects? Yep, they can. The hitbox for the chains is give or take the same type of hitbox for, like, Deathslinger, for example. So that's a pretty good comparison. Another gen. This one got deadlocked, so we have, once again, 25 seconds to kill. Let's see if they're still over here. Scratch marks? Going where? Scratch marks going back to the gen. That's Bill. Alright, let's hit it with Eruption first. Then go for Bill thereafter. A little bit off of my turn, unfortunately. He drops it. Though he did not play that loop well, so we'll get the hit. They replay it. I did not play that well either, though. And Nia's going back to the gen. Yeah, all he needs to do is loop that correctly. So let's break this. Let's drop chase with Bill for a second, go for Nia. You've done that once before, Nia. I know you're gonna do it again. Let's put it that way. Alright, we're gonna ignore you. Continue on Nia for now. Alright, that should restrict her just enough to get the hit. There goes Eruption. We're gonna ignore Feng Min, who I don't know why she's not committing to simply solving it, though she did this time. Good. I was about to say, there's no reason for her not to commit to the solve. I'm very obviously not gonna teleport to her. Let's get some Scourge Hook value. We're not in a bad spot, all things considered. If we can keep this line of gens here, that would actually be lovely. Perfect. Check middle now, see if we can erupt anything. We can indeed, and someone's injured here, that's the Bill. Even better. Let's erupt, and then give chase. There's Bill, perfect. Now, we can't really get a good gateway hit there. But we will get a good hit here. There's Eruption, 6% off. And let's put you onto a Scourge Hook, Bill, me boy. We don't really have one close enough or within the area that we want to play around, so let's just hook Bill and call it a day. Still regressing. Good, good, good. Scratch marks over here. Going where? Going up on hill. That is you. Thank you for showing me where this is. I appreciate it, Feng Min. Yes, that's perfect. And now that should keep that on her for long enough for the hit. And it looks like Bill might have second win based on the fact that he's broken. I don't think he had deliverance. But it could stand corrected. I guess we'll find out momentarily if he gets healed off the broken stat. If not, within about 30 seconds. What happens when I pick up the cube? That activates Chain Hunt. So Chain Hunt activates when I pick up the cube. It applies 3 chains to all of them, and then Chain Hunt will also proceed. Any work on this gen? Nope. I mean, I have this nice little forward gen. I have no reason to go for that corner gen whatsoever, for that matter. The fact they're not around here, though, tells me that the link configuration might be on this side of the map. I don't know the exact spawns yet. Speaking of, there's no reason for me not to teleport here. Let's chain you up. Limit your distance. You want to loop this? We can. Little bit off to the right. That's okay. And that should result in a down. I'm pretty sure she's dead on hook. So I don't need to hook her onto a Scourge hook. I can probably put her in basement, in fact. Save some of my gens. Or not my gens, my hooks. So I still have them accessible to me. Excellent. That's 8 seconds off of that gen. Let's rough this. And I think they sabotaged the hook. No, they missed a skill check. Let's hit you. Hey, what's up, King? How you doing, my friend? Hopefully doing well. It's been a second. Doing pretty well, doing pretty well. How do you think you're mastering it, or you don't know how to counter it? A little bit of both. A little bit of both could be said. In the fact that I feel like I have a pretty good sense of how to use Pinhead. But also I feel like a lot of survivors still are learning how to work against him. I feel like a lot of survivors need to realize that if you see the animation start for the chain, or the possessed chain, that you need to treat it kind of like a nurse and double back instead of going forward. I find a lot of survivors do that, and that's what allows me to get hits. You'll see that a lot of my misses with the chain are when survivors pay attention and they move to the left or to the right to try and dodge it, right? So those are some things to consider there. Anti-loop, in my opinion, is the most powerful use if you can get a clean chain. It is, and you specifically want to anti-loop around tight loops. Longer loops, you don't really want to use the chain all too often, as you normally won't get a hit. I am actually heavily considering Hoarder for Pinhead, I will not lie. So Hoarder is something that I think wouldn't be half bad. Other people are also saying Franklin's, which is, to be fair, another good option. Thank you. A lot of survivors also don't realize that the chain break button is the same as your vault button. 8 seconds before the bar starts to fill again for the haunt. I think it's like a 10-second delay, or 10-15 second delay, and then a 60-second timer, give or take. It might be 30 and 60 actually, now think about it. If it's 30, it's kind of like Freddy. So you know how Freddy has the clocks? If you wake yourself up using an alarm clock, it's basically the same time. So it's a full 90 seconds. 30 for the spawn, 60 for the timer. Alright, we can just M1 him down. I'm gonna use a chain here. And I guess we see if he has Decisive Strike. Is third seal good at making the hunts happen more often? I wish. So I've had that same exact thought, King. And I was actually gonna make a video about it. But then someone reminded me that third seal does not hide killer belongings, which the box is considered. If there's an octave between the chain and survivor, would it break faster? Yes. You can break chains via environment. It's actually one of the bigger downsides of the Cenobite, aka Pinhead. Because it's very easy to break it with objects, so like on indoor maps, you just have a miserable time. Whether that be Leary's, the game. The game especially is horrible. The Leary's is also just god-awful. I'm not sure about Midwich. I have not actually played Midwich with the Cenobite yet, to be honest. So I can't say for certain. But I mean, so far I'm really enjoying him. The two add-ons I'm using are not bad. They actually help out a bit. But yeah. A chain when broken on environment would be nice base. It would be. There's a lot of like tweaks here and there they could do that would really make a pretty significant difference, to be honest. max. Let's close this. And where be the Fangman? She's over here. She's heading over this way. Sounds good to me. Oh, Fangman. Are you back in this corner? You are. You like that on I already read that. My bad. Sometimes you go through Twitch channel like, have I read that before? I have. Rough. I mean, you either died to me or died to the entity thing, man. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that fact. And that might be the end of this chase. Oh, my lunge is so broken. I think they broke, like in some cases, swinging around corners, they kind of broke lunges for killers, including Pinhead. It is kind of miserable, not gonna lie. Bit off to the left. Hitting over pallets that you're normally gonna break, hitting the chain over it, it's not a bad idea in the slightest, actually. Is Kitty Thing cost 80 shards? I know Green Bunny Thing does. I have no idea. To be honest, I haven't even checked for that cosmetic. No, the chain hunt's still going on. I feel like in endgame, it isn't as aggressive for some reason. I don't know why it seems that way. You know what? Actually, I think I do know why. I think that so when there are 4 survivors, the chain hunt spawn time is 100%. I think as there are less survivors, the potency of chain hunt actually diminishes. But GG, well played to these survivors. Yo, what's up, Cam? How you doing today, my friend? Hopefully doing well. All right, on to our next match. Oh, Kitty Fang is only cells. Did I finish the BP challenge? Yes, I did. I did complete that. We did indeed. What's the Kitty Fang outfit? I'm curious now. I is curious. Fangman. Oh, this one. Yeah, the Gameplay Expo. That one is cells only. I don't really care for it too much. It's too bright. I like my the one that I'm on right now. I like this one. The Greek outfit, I think it is. All right. I'm sorry to hear that, Cam. Well, if there's anything that I or the community can do to support you, please don't hesitate to let us know. And I hope that your day gets better, my friends. You know, bad days do happen. Just know that good days, the good days will come back as well. As shards only. Wait. The elephant clown outfit is shards only? You can't use cells on it. That is surprising. Will Nemesis get a skin? Probably never. No. It'll probably... Nemesis will probably never get a skin, honestly. Let's do... Okay. Let's reset our perks. We either get Hoarder, Deadlock, Eruption, Hoarder, Scourgeon. Let's do that. Just got into a big argument, and she went to spend a couple nights at her friend's house, just here to cheer up. I feel that, Cam. It's shards? Interesting. I wonder why that is. But I'm really sorry to hear that, Cam. That really does suck. I do hope that you two are able to talk out your differences. Honestly, sometimes taking space is a good thing, though it can hurt in the moment. Sometimes it is necessary to give you time to think and not react emotionally. But I do hope that things work out for both of you. But with that being said, let's ready on up. Do we have any other? We do. Let's put on Larry's remains instead of liquefied gore. So as far as reveal their location when they interact with a chest or when they pick up an item within 32 meters of your location. That's actually not bad at all. All the Lavov skins are shards, and the white skins, like Crypt TV Doctor, are cells. Yeah, anything that's licensed will be cells only. Usually the OG skins are cells and shards, but I think the clown skin is because of like it was like a specific reason. I forget why though. So, do they base it off of the level the killer is, or how much you actually play the killer? What do you mean? You're talking about MMR, Frosty? Clown Fit was a community event. Okay, that would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, so the channel redeems right now are not up because we're just playing Pinhead, and we don't have many perks for you guys to choose from anyways. So no. MMR is not based off of killer level, your, not your rank, but your... Forget what it's called, whatever rank changed to. MMR is simply based off a hidden stat that will move up and down based on your wins and your losses. Yeah, I know it's a good thing, but it just feels depressing, and it sucks to be away from the person you love the most. Off of a disagreement like that leaves a bad taste in your mouth. No, I 100% understand that, Cam. But best thing to do, try and distract yourself. Talk to a friend. You know, sometimes talking about it and venting, getting maybe a different perspective might help out. Do take those perspectives with a grain of salt, especially based on your closeness with said friend if you do talk to them about it. Because some people, if they're really close to you, might side with you, even if you're in the wrong. So, you know, be critical about the people that you discuss it with and really challenge them to challenge you and see, you know, if there is something that you did wrong. That way, maybe you can work on that in the future. Is there any news on how MMR scales with Swift MMR? Yes, it takes the average of the Swift's MMR. I got the clown skin when played on the Switch from the Rift a while back. Love the clown skin, guess I'll start saving shards. Yeah, I mean, the clown skin is nice. I like the one that I use, but it is nice. Been on a clown kick, but he's not very good, but his ability to make holding with difficult is nice. Yeah, the biggest thing of clown is simply the fact that you need to like always use your bottles. I want everyone up to Piet on Switch before getting my PC. Sad cross progression isn't a thing. Eventually, they said it will be. Of course, eventually isn't now is the problem. Very similar case for me. I was on Xbox prior. We'll get the hit. I can't really track her through the corns. We're not going to use our power here. As she's out of the corn, I can track her better. Get the chain hit. I think I've broken my own chains. That sucks. Really? Look how freaking far away I am from that. You serious? Thank you. It's hard to use the yellow bottles. You want to use the yellow bottles when you're not in a chase, 9 times out of 10. You want to use them when you're going from gen to gen, right? There's a few of my clown videos that kind of demonstrates as much. Hi, you two. Or you won. You can stop that now. No, I'm not. I'm off. Sorry to tell you. Yep. Uh-huh. I know using it to speed up walking someone to a hook is good. I don't really care for that as much, honestly. I find try to get to the next hook is really what, or next gen is really what you want to do. Those kind of seeds, you ball lob them a good distance ahead of them while walking to areas. Yeah, that is pretty much what I do to a T. Well, I don't know where Quentin is. It is mildly problematic. A little bit too far. Yeah, we can't get to him, but we can get the downs. Activating an eruption, which would be good. Uh-oh. Is the game, did he DC? Or is the game crashing? EDC, GG's. And Failbringer, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones. I'm pretty sure you've already heard my intro. Actually, I don't want to do that yet. No. Yeah, I don't know why I DC'd. That was strange. I'm not sure if maybe that was just the disconnection bug that I know is a thing right now, or if that was something else. Yeah, I don't know. That was strange. Did she fall? She did. Yeah, I thought that they fixed the disconnection bug, but maybe not. That was a good play. If I hadn't realized that your scratch marks went ahead of me, I would have definitely have not noticed. I hadn't paid attention there. Yeah, my girl. You're gonna really replay. Okay, that's fine. Yes, the disconnection bug is for everyone. Normally it disconnects the entire lobby, but didn't this time. I don't know why. Bounce landing. Thank you. That bug? So, out of curiosity, Pereiro, did it say disconnect from host, or what was that bug, out of curiosity? Or was it something else? Did it give you an error code? I'm curious. Because there's a few different disconnection bugs. But it does suck when it happens, for sure. Yeah, the best way to actually measure what type of bug it was is based on whether or not it gives you a DC penalty. If it gives you a DC penalty, it's not the disconnection bug. The one that came with the Hellraiser DLC. Let's put you on a Scourge Hook. Deadlock's about over, so I can interrupt this gen. Thank you. Had an audio bug playing Twins earlier, freaked me out. Why? What happened? Out of curiosity, Twisted. What was the audio bug? Yeah, these survivors. Looks like they went for the unhook. That's fine. So the reason why it doesn't give you a DC penalty for the one that I was experiencing yesterday was because it disconnects you from host, which pushes you to the post-game lobby instead of the lobby. If you DC out to the lobby, then you get a DC penalty. If you get pushed out the post-game lobby, there's no DC penalty. That's how you can differentiate between the bugs right now. It's a thing. 'Tis a thing. Did I hear someone? Okay. Where are you with my box, my girl? I think not. Yeah, Hoarder range is a bit small in tier 1, 100%. That's been unfortunate. Went right past her. Yep, we'll do this. Do you hear the box when it's not there? Yes, I have had that happen before. I was searching around for like a good 5 minutes around like a box. It was no bueno. Eruption's not bad at times, I will say. Alright, there goes Chain Hunt. Let's interrupt this person real quick. See if I can make this work. Nope. Did not work whatsoever. Let's go upstairs. You're a fan of Eruption Pop? Eruption Pop is nice. I won't disagree. Ruin is still by far one of the best perks in the game, but survivors have been, how should I say, rather keen on cleansing Ruin lately. They have been rather keen on cleansing. Like they need to shake up totems a little bit. Totem spawns are so well known at this point that they're really just pointless if a team knows what they're doing, or at least even just a survivor. It can be rough. Okay, has the configuration again. Didn't even realize. Yeah, I'm very intrigued. I'm very intrigued. I'm hoping for good things. He's over here. Hello there. Oh, you're not the one with the limit configuration. Where's Kate? Where's Kate? I just want to get Eruption at this point. I have like 4 gens, or 3 gens with it. Megan, where are you going? That's actually, yeah, we'll go for Kate then. Perfect. That's 1, 2, 3. Hello. Let's break this. Chain almost got her for me. I just need that one chain hit, and we've been fine. Yeah, get to place their totems? Wait, survivors get to place their totems? I don't actually know if that's true. I would need more information because I haven't heard that. The only thing that I've seen is what the tutorial said, which the tutorial said that simply they have to bless a totem. I don't know if they can place it. That's how it would work on Twitter. I'll have to look into that. Because the only information that I got off of the tutorial was that you bless a totem. Never heard anything about placing totems. So I could be wrong. Want to perk that traps the survivors when they cleanse a totem like a trapper trap? That'd be kind of cool. But GG, well played to the survivors. Yeah, I have to look into that. I'll check DVD leaks. They place the blessing on the totem they want. Okay, yeah, no. There's a difference between placing a totem and blessing a totem that already exists. Fit one more match? Yeah, we can do one more match. We can do one more match. Let's do liquefied gore. All good. Don't worry about it. 48 meters, that's better. Let's see, do we get Hoarder number 3? No. We got Retribution, which... Retribution and, whatchamacallit? Retribution and... Plaything's actually really good. Yo, what's up, Microbio Babe? How you doing? Actually, it would be funny if you as a killer could merely place your totem. Honestly, I would love that, to be honest with you. I would 100% love that. So at least Hoarder 2 is 48 meters, a little bit more tolerable. Larry's Blood. Possessed chains maximum travel distance. Now it's hot garbage. Hot garbage. I think this right now is still our best build. We could, if we want to be cheeky, instead of running Hoarder, we could run Plaything Retribution, which is actually kind of fun. That's what we did during our last Prestige. Plaything Retribution is actually a pretty good combo. It's fragile, but it is fun. It is very fun. Let's see, anything else? No, we don't really have many other good perks to work with. Disco is nice, but I don't think it's really necessary. Only thing that makes extra distance better is maybe the Eerie that damage for long-range health states. I could see that, yeah. But for the most part, I think reducing your Chain Hunt activation timer from 60 to 55 and increasing the time it takes for survivors to solvent configuration is actually pretty significant. We've seen with Liquefied Gore or the other green one where we have gotten teleports because of it. Also, I want to go check Leaks by Daylight. Leaks by Daylight. I want to check this. Is this one? Yes. Dead by Daylight upcoming licenses. No, that was pinned May 30th. I feel like this is not the right Leaks by Daylight. Is this the right one? No, it's not. I'm not following this one. Leaks by Daylight. Where's the one that I'm following? The one that I actually trust. Oh, DBD leaks. Thank you. DBD leaks. Not leaks by daylight. Leaks DBD. That's why. There we go. That's the one I actually trust. Let's see. Receives own audio file. That's Jonathan. Boot home subscription. Okay, so yeah, exactly what they have up here is exactly what I thought it was. Okay, never mind. We're good. That is word for word what I've already read and what I described. So, no additional information. I wonder how strong boot tones will be. Depends on what their effect will be. If it's like increased heal speed, not bad. If it's like increased sprint speed, ridiculous. So it's going to be really dependent. Like anything that's going to increase heal speed, repair speed, or like speed, that will be nutty. Those would be insane. Like any boost like that is stupid powerful. So I'm hoping it's not that because survivors do not need that. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting because I don't know what they're gonna do. Like they walk a very fine line with boon tomes, in my opinion. They really do. I see survivors. Alright, go on, survivors. I hear Steve Boy. Bounce landing. Oh. Ooh. Extra health state. Even that would be, ooh, that'd be something. Dude, go for it. Give me the freaking god pallet this early in the match. I do not care. And doing that is also fine because I can easily teleport to you and start a chase. Sprint burst. Oh, this is Suffo Pit. Why do I think this was Ironworks for some ungodly reason? I generally do not know. Drop it. Good stuff! Okay. GG's. That was some mighty fine play there, Claudia girl. Mighty fine play. She tried to reverse, and you can't reverse pallet stun anymore. And then she slow vaulted. I want to make sure I stop that before they can complete it. Alright, I see a survivor. I want to break this like I don't know that they're there. And immediately go for Meg. Because I ain't no dummy, Megan. What about you? Are you a fool? Because I pity the fool. Now what? Dead hard? Dead hard? Dead hard. Nope. Kind of get why they got rid of first pallets, but was neat. Yeah, it was just, I don't know. I understand the reasoning. I don't really think it was that much of an issue, and I don't think it being in the game or them removing it is much of an issue overall. So I'm kind of indifferent, to be honest with you. If I'm being fully honest. Ooh, so Deadlock blocks it off for 25 seconds. Which means I can't hit it for Eruption, but I can go into chase with Steve Boy. Chain him up real quick. And Deadlock should be deactivated soon. Is he more Scourge Hooks? Well, exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen. Is that Scourge Hook is going to be a new perk type 4 killer. So I'm so in love with Scourge Hook. Like, it is 100% one of my favorite new type of perks, to be honest with you. Yep. Deadlock then activates on that gen again, to be expected. Good dead hard. I didn't realize he had it before because I think I hit or chased Steve, but never actually got him to use dead hard. Deadlock is still shutting that down. Alright, let's go for some eruption plays. Ooh, that's perfect. No, that was medkit. Never mind, that was medkit. That wasn't frickin' lament. Don't care about your godforsaken medkit. Scratch marks, go here. Get one off. Oh, they actually completed that. That's rough. That back gen's the only one with any that's locked down, which means that no other gen has any progress. That's fantastic. Is there a Scourge Hook effect I'd like to see? Not off the top of my head. Maybe Exhaustion off of hooks. Actually, yeah, that'd actually be one that I really like. Like maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds Exhaustion off of the hook versus having your Exhaustion perk immediately after. I think that'd be a good one. I think that'd be a really good one, actually. Let's get everyone injured. He used Dead Hard. That's so funny. Was not even going for him. Oh, I went too far. There we go. Let's interrupt. No, so Scourge Hook is not a totem-based perk. Remember that. Scourge Hook is a hook-based perk, as the name does imply, Scourge Hook. So Exhaustion until they get injured again, basically, would be the idea. Yep, saw that one coming. Thank you. Because I'm all for Scourge Hook. I love the 9% penalty. I like that you can see where you're placing the gateway. Wish it was there for Nurse. There's actually a add-on called Plaid Flannel that does basically the same thing. Honestly, if you want to get good with Nurse, play Pinhead. What perk spawns a totem that only survivors can see? You're thinking of whatchamacallit. You're thinking of like Hex Plaything. They have the Oblivious stats effect. After their first hook. That's what you're thinking of. Yeah, there's no point in me going there. Yep, no point in me doing that. You got it, Steve. Have fun. I have no reason to use a gateway here. Point blank. Do I have another Scourge Hook nearby? I don't. That's painful. That's the only thing that I hate about Scourge Hook at times, is that I don't have, like, if I don't have a Scourge Hook in my vicinity, I just don't get the value. I have one Scourge Hook on this side of the map. Pain and suffering. Close. More hexes that spawn after things like hooking. Oh, see, I would love frickin' just more Scourge Hooks. Scourge Hooks, in my opinion, are, like, this new Scourge Hook is probably a new meta perk, in my opinion. In all seriousness. As we find out if you have DS. Answer? No. Did I hear Lament Configuration just then? I could have sworn I heard the static noise of it. Over in that area. Hold up. Did I? Maybe not. Can you use Hex Plaything and Scourge Hook and get both effects from hooking in one action? Oh yeah, it's lovely in that regard. And in my opinion, the biggest benefit... Are we? No. Not even worth it. Have fun. Have fun. I'm not leaving this area of the map. Screw that noise. You guys get injured and downed, and then maybe get put on a Scourge Hook. But I ain't leaving this area. I see you. Don't think I don't. You botched that. You had all the time in the world to go somewhere else. So I don't know why you stood here. Sure, you work on a gen. She now dead. We'll hit that for eruption. don't need the gateway at all. Let's just injure you, hit this with eruption. Blast mine, good stuff. Wait. Another eruption. 8 seconds off of that generator. That's so little regression before that even. Or is that a red herring, maybe? That may have actually been a red herring, funny enough. Red herring with head on? I'm calling it now, red herring head on. That is 12% in total. Everyone's on death hook with the exception of one of these survivors. I don't know which one it is. I think it might be Steve, but I can't say for certain. Yeah, it's definitely not Claudette, can tell you that much. That gen is dead as a door now. That gen is still regressing, and we can actually keep it regressing by kind of hanging around here. Yeah, so we actually used Plaything and Retribution yesterday from the beginning of our second prestige. Our first prestige. Yeah, first prestige. I did that for a long time, or used that combo. It's pretty nice, actually. Gave a lot of good info. Well, let's get a good chain. All right, there, Steve. I wonder where you heading off to? We go for the vault. Sure. Now what? What you got now, Steve boy? You have Dead Hard, right? Yeah, you do. Lunge is broken. Yeah, you got it. I don't care. You do you, Nia. These gens are dead in the water, and so you will be. Soon you will be too. 1, 2, 3. Dead hard gone. Steve down. Well, so that's my theory. Is Steve the one of Fuck State? We have a Scourge Hook over here, so if so, we'll put him on Scourge Hook. And the answer is yes. I was right. Good stuff. Now, Nia, you still over here? Rose, come back in 20 seconds. I was not the one to disturb it either. Hey, I was right! I was like, I might as well check right here. Sure enough. Hex Plaything does make Noed less playable, you are correct. Because they are cleansing all the totems. That is accurate. Overall, I just feel like Noah needs to get reworked in general, and that's not as great of a perk as people make it out to be, though I don't like it because it directly punishes survivors for not doing their objective, which is generators in the first place. So, yeah. Does Steve know where Hatch is? I feel like he's running very specifically to a place. Where that place is, I do not know. I guess he's just looking around since he went around the back, basically. I don't think I get that hit. I do not think I get that hit. We got our chain hit. Good stuff. And I know you have Dead Hard. Where's it, Steve? There's the Dead Hard. Alright, Steve, you know what? You played a good game, and you made some good plays with those Dead Hards, and it is the last match of the night, so here you go, buddy. Enjoy the hatch. Steve? 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 What? Uh-huh. Well. I'm gonna kill you then, buddy. I very much gave you that, and you said no. So up on the hook you go. I is confused, but fine by me. Here I am, trying to be a generous Cenobite. And Steve decided to spit in my face and said, screw your hatch, I want to die. But GG, well played to these survivors. All right, well, with that being said, we are going to end the stream here. Let's take a look, see who we're gonna raid. I'm curious. No one on Gamer Friendly is live. Anyone from Children of the Fog? Yes, Rugard is live. Let's go raid Rugard. I think that is a good idea. Oh no, Rue is hosting someone, so no. Looks like Fire Gems is live. Let's go say hi to Fire Gems. Let's watch them.
Surviving?
Alright. Well, with that being said, as always, if you did enjoy the show, please make sure to hit that follow button. If you haven't already though, check out our Extra Life campaign. We're trying to help little kids at Sanford Children's Hospital here in Fargo, North Dakota. On that note, guys, I'll see y'all tomorrow at 7 p.m. CST for more Pinhead. Bye-bye!